didn't happen, is it my fault? Is it because I did not put enough effort into it? Or was I really only thinking I wanted it? Maybe I had a better plan, or I found a better opportunity to throw my energies into. It's never about anything being right or wrong. It's about what felt right at the time and how much energy and effort we were prepared to put into something. And sometimes by doing that, we get shown that there's a better opportunity, or there's a better angle that we could be going for, or a better job that we could be applying for, but we wouldn't have known that had we not started the process of where we were. So don't ever look at things as being a waste of time or a mistake. We have the planet of communication. Mercury is still sitting in Scorpio. Now, my affectionate little saying here is having like eating razor blades for breakfast, because that's how sometimes when people who have Mercury and Scorpio in their chart can sometimes be that when they really want to get their point across, it is really cutting, it's really deep, it's really sort of no emotion, it's just in your face. So just be careful here, because this can wash over all the 12 signs. Be careful if you've got to have a really important conversation with someone, whether it's your boss or whether it's something on a personal level. Make sure that you put a little bit of sweetness in there. Don't go in there like the typical Mercury and Scorpio with, having razor blades for breakfast and cutting somebody down to size, because that may not be the angle to get the best out of the conversation or the best out of the situation. If you go in there all guns are blazing, you immediately get somebody else's hackles up and get them, that they're on the defensive. Where you come in a little bit more approachable, they sort of melt a little bit and listen more carefully to what you've got to say, and maybe a little bit more amenable to sort of accommodating what you're asking for, or the conversation will flow better because you've approached it in that sort of way. So I can't stress that enough, particularly as the year is so busy and we're all, running hither and dither trying to get everything done. Just make sure that any conversation you're having, even with a shop clerk, is a pleasant one. It's always nice to ask them how their day's been. You can't believe how incredibly busy they feel and how stressed out they feel. And then to have an angry customer or somebody that's rough with them doesn't make their day either. But if you smile and ask them, how's your day going? They can sort of relax and feel that they're doing something that's worthwhile and makes them feel that they are valued. And I think that's the important thing. We need to value people. So we have Saturn, the planet of discipline, is sitting in Pisces. He's just gone direct. Now, this is a good situation now, because it means Saturn will sort of finally move out of Pisces and move into Aries fairly soon. So it's been a long haul for all the Pisceans, which also affects the water signs, which is Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio in the opposite sign of Virgo. They feel like they've been sort of sitting in a vice for some time now, for 2.5 years, that, everything that they've gone to do has had a restriction or a limitation, or has been doubly hard. And there hasn't been the momentum to sort of get things flowing in your life quite as easily as what there should have been. It's been a hard grind. But on the positive side, they have achieved so much in the time that Saturn's been sitting here. And I have lots of Pisces family and friends, and I've noticed that the maturing and growing, they haven't lost that innocence, and they haven't lost that ability to sort of to be a little bit Peter Pan-y and not want to grow up. But at the same time, there's this hint of a real mature, grown-up sort of Pisces, which was sometimes, in some cases, a long time in coming. But it's a good thing, because there's a really good balance there now. So if you know a Pisces, give them a bit of a hug and say, I'm really proud of you, because they really have done a lot of work on themselves. And also they've had Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, their own ruling planet, has been there. So it's been a really difficult time, with Saturn on one hand telling them to grow up, and Neptune over here saying, well, don't forget to be a bit playful, don't forget to be like a child, don't forget to have some fun, and sort of questioning everything that Saturn was trying to teach them. So it's been a really difficult time for them. So, they're coming out of the fog now. Both planets have gone direct, and it won't be long before they'll be moving into Aries, and it'll be their turn to have some fun with Neptune and Saturn. We have Uranus, the planet of sudden and unexpected things, is still retrograde, will be sitting retrograde until February 26th next year. And Saturn is still sitting, Uranus is still sitting in Taurus. So the final sort of blowout there of the earth signs, where it's sort of finally still sort of shaking things up a little bit for Virgos, Tauruses, and Capricorns in the opposite sign of Scorpio. So if you're one of those signs, just be aware that there still could be some unpredictable, unexpected things sort of happening, but the energy is a little bit more subdued now until February 26th, till Uranus goes direct again. We also have Jupiter sitting in a retrograde position in Cancer again till February 26th. So this is affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn. So for people that are dealing with any cancers, it's going to be 1 step forward, 3 steps backwards, 2 steps forward, 6 steps backwards. They're really going to be looking as if they are more than ever walking sideways to go forward. I'm suggesting if you have a Cancer person in your life, you're going to have to be really, really patient with them, because they're going to be a bit moody. They're going to be a little bit unpredictable. They're sort of trying to expand their world, but it's a big, scary world there for them. You know, they want change, and they want expansion, and they want opportunities, but at the same time, wake me up when it's all over. So that's not possible. They have to do the lessons, they have to do the work. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology section this week. We're going to talk with Lynn in Casaberry in Florida. Are you there, Lynn?
Yes, I am.
Hello,
Thank
Lynn.
you. Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a question
Hello.
I can answer for you, please, sweetie? Hi, Lynn. Have you got a question I can answer for you?
Yes, I do. Basically, I had a workman's comp case, and
Right.
I've just had finalized. And because I'm under Medicare, they wanted me to put a portion in Medicare. And to be honest with you, I don't want to do that, because now they're saying, well, your lawyer's out of the case, you need to hire a new lawyer. And I'm like, well, that's going to be out of my pocket. And I think, no offense to the government, I think they're going above and beyond. And I'm wondering if I can just not follow through with them.
I think you've got to follow your instincts here. I mean, normally I don't tackle legal questions, Lynn, because, you know, legal questions are sort of something, unless you're properly trained in that area, a psychic doesn't have that expertise. True. But from everything that you've told me and shared with me, to me, this sort of feels like it's almost as if you've been victimised, you know, like, oh, well, why, you know, this didn't work, so go over here and do this. And that's not good.
Yep. My lawyer victimized me.
Yeah, and, you know, look, not all lawyers are, you know, do a perfect job. We know that. But, you know, in this instance, you know, they shouldn't have taken the case on unless they believed that they could follow through for you and get a good outcome. They should have been honest in the beginning, and that's wrong, isn't it? You know, they've left you out to dry. You know, I don't know whether getting another lawyer is necessarily, you know, besides the cost factor, you're starting all over again, aren't you?
Exactly, and it would be out of my pocket.
Yeah, and besides it coming out of your pocket, but I mean, you're starting all over again with a new lawyer, and you have to, you know, break them in and get them up to speed and whatever. Is there a chance that you can handle this on your own?
That's what my instincts are, is just to walk from all this and just deal with it by myself. And
look, I can't tell you what to do, but that to me feels right, Lynn. You know, it's sort of like you've gone so far, the lawyer's done you a bad turn, not a good turn. To engage somebody else, you know, yes, it's going to cost a bunch of money, but it's also going to cost a bunch of time too. And I'm sure you want this situation resolved as quickly as possible, do you not? You know, it's been dragging on for too long.
More money in his pocket, yeah.
Yeah, but it's been dragging on too long. There's got to be a resolution. There's got to be a settlement here, hasn't there? Look, if it was me, I'd be trying it on my own. If I didn't feel that, you know, I could handle it, if it got to a point that, you know, look, this is above your pay grade of what you can deal with, then engage a lawyer. But I think try it on yourself first and foremost. And if, you know, you can't deal with it, then okay, then you've got to bite the bullet and say, okay, this is going to cost me more money. I've got to get legal representation. But I think we can get this really sort of sorted out quite quickly, because I don't think all parties concerned want this to drag on. I think they all want to get to the table and negotiate and get it finalised and sorted out and out of the road.
Yes, that's true. Because the government or Medicare is giving me till the end of the year.
Right. Well, that's not very long. If
Okay.
you were to engage a new lawyer and try and get them up to speed and get them, motivated and moving along, you know, that's not very long at all when you take out all the holidays.
Yeah. No,
That's
it would not
almost an
take place.
impossible task, isn't it?
It is. It is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, look, I think you can resolve this. I think you can do better yourself. I really do. You've got all the
I'm
material that
going
the
to do
lawyer
that.
worked with. Yeah, so that
Mm-hmm.
would be my suggestion then. And, I know you're strong enough to
Okay.
do this. You've come this far. So, let's see it through to the end.
Yes, I know you understand astrology, so yeah, I kind of understand some of it too. And I know with Mercury retrograde, fortunately, we still have the shadow side till the 15th, so it's a little bit precarious yet.
Yeah, but Mercury's gone direct this week, so that's a bonus. It means now that things are
Yes,
going to
it is.
start to become a lot clearer than what they were. If it had been last week, I'd be sort of saying, well, hang on a minute, let's be a little bit more cautious here with Mercury retrograde because nobody's got their listening ears on. But Mercury has gone direct as of Monday, so it's still in the process of ramping back up to full speed, but it's certainly in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
And your thinking is very clear, and that's what you need to be reminding yourself: is your thinking's clear, you didn't cause this problem, it's now time to get it resolved to the best of your ability.
Okay.
Okay, sweetie,
That
so I hope
sounds
that's
fair.
helped you.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Because I've been trying to figure out how to just, to be honest with you, just ignore this because I'm over it.
Yeah, well, I can understand that, yes, because it's just all too difficult. But there's finances at stake here, and it's what comes out of your pocket, so we need to minimise that as much as possible. We want as much as possible in your bank account, not anybody else's. You're the one that's gone through the ordeal. And that's why it's important that I think that, that you push forward with this now. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise your lawyer didn't do what they should have done. Sometimes the universe works in peculiar ways that we don't understand until we look back in the rear vision mirror and think, if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't have got this result. So, I'm looking at it on a positive.
I feel that way. I feel like if I go ahead and make a couple phone calls, I can just move forward and not have to deal with it anymore. Yeah. I've been feeling that.
Yeah, well, then follow your gut because, your own instincts are never wrong, Lynn. So, that's where we're going to leave it, sweetie, but I wish you well with it and I know you're going to be successful. So we're going to talk with Kylie now in Scottdale in Pennsylvania. Are you there, Kylie?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Kylie?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have a question you'd like me to answer for you, sweetie?
Well, I am dealing with, I know this is so, I guess cliche, but my ex, well, no, I'm sorry, not my ex, my boyfriend currently, I do believe that he is like being promiscuous. I have caught him. I have investigated on my own. I feel like I have a very strong gut feeling. It never has led me wrong. And deep down in my heart, I do think he is. I wrote him a letter today. I'm pretty sure he read it. No response. We live together. So, I mean, we've lived together for 4 years. So I caught him on OnlyFans for 2 years. Spent a lot of money, like looking at other girls while like I'm here. And there's other there's other reasons I think that.
Well, the first thing I want to say to you, Kylie, is never ignore your own gut feeling, your own instincts, because, there's a reason why this is sort of happening. If it was just a passing thought and it happened once or twice, I'd say that's not, let's not hit the panic button yet. But when your insides are screaming to you that there's something wrong, that you've got to pay attention, look at this, look at that, that's happening for a reason. And the fact that he can't be open and honest with you, I think is an even bigger red flag here because, he doesn't feel that he's done anything wrong. And that's the stupid part about it. In this day and age where people sort of don't probably really fully understand what it means to be cheating on someone. Cheating on someone, in my definition, in this modern world, is anybody that goes into a chat room or into some sort of text messaging or sort of, messaging backwards and forwards and things like that, having banter like that, to me is a form of cheating. They may not have had the physical bedroom activity that we used to associate with somebody having an affair, but they're having a cyber affair, which is the same thing, because it's taking energy away from you and the relationship. And, people sort of say, oh, but, I didn't do anything wrong. Well, I beg to differ. If you've got to venture outside and start talking to somebody else, whether it's in a chat room or it's over the cyber internet or over a video chat or whatever, it's the same as meeting somebody down the road at the coffee shop and having a cup of coffee with them and, against or not sharing with your partner that's what you're doing. That is a form of cheating. Look, we can all have friends of the opposite sex. I'm not saying we can't, but there's a line that you draw with that. And when you start sort of having to sort of want to be with that person or want to get online and talk to them or whatever, then it's no longer just a straight platonic friendship. There is an emotional connection there. Look, I think you've got some fairly big decisions to make here, Kylie, because I don't think he's being truthful with you. I don't think he's been truthful with you for a long time. And I'm not even sure that he's going to acknowledge what you're trying to share with him is unacceptable. In his way of looking at things, he's done something wrong. And that's, where do you go from here? You're between a rock and a hard place. You've both got different boundaries. I'm sure if the situation was reversed and you were doing what he's doing to you, he'd be jumping up and down.
Oh,
but
it's absolutely double. Yeah, it's double standards.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
He's admitted.
If you did something like that it wouldn't upset him. Of course it would. It is going to upset him. Look, there's no simple solution here, Kylie. I mean, you've got to follow your heart. I mean, if this is so unacceptable to you, which I believe it is, then you've got to make some choices for you. And I know it's not the easiest time of the year, but it's the time of the year when these sort of issues really come to the forefront, because we look at it and we think, I don't want to spend another year like this, like this is why it becomes so urgent. So, take your time. Don't be in too much of a hurry to try and sort this out yesterday, but, make sure that when you... No, but make sure when you do present it to him, you try and do it in a calm way and sort of say to him, like, this is not a new issue. I've been tracking this for some time. I hope you understand how much this has hurt me and how you would feel if you were in my situation. He's going to deny it. We know that. He's going to say you're overreacting, you're being silly, you're being a female, all the usual things, and you're not being any of those things. And that's why I want you to do it in a very calm, logical, practical sort of way, that when you try and present this information to him and sort of say, well, I don't know where we go from here because I don't feel I can trust you. And that's what it is. It comes back to a matter of trust. Your trust has been broken, regardless of whether or not he really has, in his eyes, broken your trust. He has, by talking to someone. And not just having a general conversation, an emotional conversation. And that's what it is. It's an emotional connection.
He's incapable of that, though. Like, he's admitted to the OnlyFans because I had the proof there. He's the type of person that unless you have the proof right in front of him, he will not. I've been I know narcissist is thrown out there so much these days, but I've been reading a lot I listen to audibles, I should say. And it's just, I don't know. It just fits everything.
It's wrong.
I caught him on OnlyFans.
It's not how you want to live.
No. And every time I catch him, it's go ahead.
I was going to say, it doesn't matter how much you love him. This is like somebody tunneling underneath your relationship. Eventually it's going to sink, isn't it? You can't keep putting a lid on this or keep shoving it down in your throat when it's eating away at you. Every day it's like a little piece of your love that you had for him is disappearing out into the ether because he's not honouring you in the way that he should.
Right. And that is what I put in the letter. I put that if he put as much effort in to this relationship that he did on shipping packages and stocks on, because he's into Pokemon too. That's another thing I can't stand, because Pokemon, when you said chat rooms, yes, that has been another issue with him talking to females on that. And he wants to say it's only Pokemon, which I can't stand Pokemon. What grown man likes that shit? But however, to each their own. But yes, that's how I found the evidence of OnlyFans, was looking for Pokemon receipts, because he spends astronomical amounts on a lunch break on Pokemon, and I happened to come across a male statement, and there was OnlyFans on there, and I'm talking like probably over a 2-year period, $4,000 on naked girls. That's like an, in fact, that's like a, it's like a, like I know he's embarrassed about it, but like, see, I'm different. Like, I'm open, you know what I mean? No matter, if I don't try to hide anything, I don't have anything to hide, well, I guess, but he is like, all of it's a secret. It's all a secret. And I just found last week that he was talking to girls again on, like, you know, this, he's like embarrassed. I bring it, he never, I don't think he's ever said sorry. He never will admit to anything. And we've been together for 4 years.
No, because he doesn't believe he's doing the wrong thing. So therefore you don't admit to something if it's not wrong. So you've got some big decisions to make. I mean, you know, let's just wait and see what he does about the letter. I mean, the first thing I think he's going to do is ignore it. I don't think he's going to even acknowledge he's read it, because then if he acknowledges he's read it, then he's got to take some sort of responsibility for what you've put in there and have a conversation, and he's not ready to do that yet. Look, sweetie, I just think, you know, over the next month, you've got some big decisions to make. Just follow your heart, do what feels right to you, and, you know, see where this takes you. And I wish you the very best. We have to finish it up there because we've come to the end of the show. Feel sorry for Kylie and her predicament, but sometimes these things are given to us so that we can sort of make choices and decisions for the future that we need to make for our higher self and the betterment of ourselves. We can't always keep shoving something down our throat. So anyway, on a lighter note, I always feature a song of the week as we come to the end of the show, and it's always been something that usually, you know, I either think about or it jumps out at me or whatever. As a last resort, I go through my song list. But at this time of the year, with Christmas being only weeks away, it's only fitting that we're going to start to sort of feature a Christmas carol each week. And each week it'll be random. It won't necessarily have any particular meaning why I've picked it. But this week's different because I'm going to be a little bit self-indulgent here and make a suggestion that you go away and wherever you get your music devices from, you know, wherever you stream your music from, and listen to this beautiful classic that I know my producer is going to be very happy about, which is Helen Reddy and Sleigh Ride. And I think it's one of the most beautiful renditions of this song, and she does a beautiful version of it. And I know he's going to be very happy, and I'm sure you will too when you listen to the beautiful voice of Helen Reddy, who was an Australian but spent many, many years in the US. And, you know, she just had an amazing voice that, you know, I don't think there'll ever be another lady on the planet that can sing like Helen Reddy does and do this song justice. So until next week, Sleigh Ride, let's get ready for Santa. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy Hump Day, and happy World Kindness Day today. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the lovely, wonderful, beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am super excited to come on today and just to, number one, always share my gifts with you all and to see how the readings are with the callers, but also to, share a little bit about what's been going on the last 3 weeks of my life. So been very busy. I just got back from doing what I call a little 3-week mini tour. So I was on the East Coast, visited New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania, and was out there really for an event called the New Jersey Para-Unity Expo, and got to share my gifts and meet so many beautiful, amazing people that are out in that area there. And just all over, so many people came into that expo, and it was incredible. And, had just beautiful connections, amazing energy that was there. There was a lot of energy, but we had some great connections. And then that was 2 days worth. And one of the highlights of my, for me personally, I mean, of course, sharing my gifts and seeing the, the comfort and the closure and the healing that, and guidance that, the clients as they came to me got. But one thing that I loved, that I just wanted so much to be able to meet one of my kind of silent mentors for 28 years that I've been a medium and practicing mediumship. I wanted to meet the well-renowned medium Chip Coffey. If you're familiar with Chip Coffey, he was who I believe directed and produced, correct me if I'm wrong, but Psychic Kids. So, and I loved that because back when I was younger, what I do now and my gifts that I had back then were looked at as, imagination, or, I was troubled, or I needed, psychological help. And he really, did this show to show that, these are gifts that kids have at a young age, and we grow up with them, and we don't quite understand them if we don't have, guidance or mentors. So I love that he did that. And then he also worked with, a paranormal team, kind of a ghost hunting show called Kindred Spirits. So it was just so neat to be able to quickly just tell him how much that he has, inspired me and, mentored me. Little did he know, behind the scenes, kind of a silent mentor. But got to have a picture, meet him briefly. That was really cool. Got to meet Jason Hawes of Ghost Hunters, and got to kind of be at an after party with all the ghost hunters, the team, and then also Ghost Brothers and Kindred Spirits and Project Fear. I mean, there's so many. It was so fun. So I had a great time. Then got to tour around New York, and with my husband, that was incredible. Got to go to Ground Zero. Now, I'll tell you, if you've never had the chance to go to New York, to go to Ground Zero, or to go to the Empty Sky Memorial that's on the other side, that's in New Jersey, I highly suggest you take some time and go and just be in the moment, feel all the feels, back on that horrific, tragic day of 9/11. in 2001. I have to think my daughter was 18 months, my oldest. So I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing and remember that whole day. So to be there at ground zero doing what I do, it was very overwhelming. It was heavy, but it also was just very, just, I guess, kind of humbling. It was just kind of interesting. All the feels. But so anyhow, we got to do that and go to some other places, and then I got to take my husband to a Philadelphia game in Pennsylvania. That was fun. Got to go see a live Eagles game. We had great seats. That was a blast. So, and they won, and it was a crazy win. So that was kind of cool to be present for. And then we came back home, and I had one day to turn around and go to Indiana and went to visit my cousins, and out there got to see them. I have not seen these two cousins in 40 years. So yes, that tells you how old I am. So, and got to do a few events out there, and that was incredible, absolutely incredible. So, anyhow, so I'm just getting back. I'm back in the groove of everything, and cannot wait to see how this full moon energy is going to affect readings. So as some of you know, we have the full beaver moon that's here on Friday. So the energy a couple days before is starting to be heightened. So the veil between us and the physical or the spiritual realm is very thin. And then usually a couple days after. So if you're wanting to do some full moon energy work, you can start now. Put that moon water out there, all your crystals and stones, and let them absorb all that beautiful full moon feminine energy. So we'll see how these readings are. Already have had some amazing connections today. So to get to it, some of you know that I bring up numbers, and numbers are really connected to either someone in spirit or a spirit guide, or, can just be intuitively connecting to either a caller or any other readings that I have later tonight. So the number, I got fairly large number, this number 78, which would be like the age of 78, July 8th, someone even born in 1978. But what was interesting is it switched to 15, which 7 plus 8 being 15. So I'm going to kind of go with those numbers. We got kind of a broad, I guess, range of how these will connect, but I thought I better throw them all out there, and we'll see what happens with the callers tonight. But also, if they connect as like a birthday or a death date or an age, this is how spirit works. So, but I did pull a couple cards, as we always do, for everybody. And the affirmation, we'll do that one first, because I did pull two, because we're in the full moon energy. And so I thought, let's pull a moonology card. So really quickly, the affirmation for everybody, and I love this card. It really does resonate with me with some things going on in my life. And it says, forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. So forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, which is very true. Forgiveness is huge, and the human side does not like to forgive, by the way, but it's very, very good and very cleansing and helpful. But opening up to new and loving experiences. So basically, you've got to forgive so you can move on, so you can open yourself up to new and loving experiences. Otherwise, if you don't, you will always sit in that kind of secluded, dark space, and you'll miss out on new opportunities. So think about that for sure. Then the card that was pulled on the Moonology, which this actually fits beautifully with this now that I'm reading it, the new moon in Aquarius. So shout out to all of the Aquariuses, those air signs. I'm an air sign as well. And it says to bring love into the situation. So there you go. Forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences, then bring love into the situation. Now, if those aren't perfect together, I don't know what is. So there you go. Some affirmation and a little oracle moonology for you all, and however that meshes with your life. Take it on in. All right, you guys. Well, I am super excited. I've been out for a bit, and so I'm happy to be back. But my first caller is Jamie. Jamie is from, I believe, Kansas City, Missouri. Hi, Jamie. This is Mini Medium. How are
Hi.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, hun. How can I help you tonight?
I'm not really sure. I've just been going through a lot lately, in my life. I really just don't have any direction, kind of
Okay.
lost at what I should be doing.
Okay. Okay. Welcome to the many of the masses. I think we're all kind of like in this weird kind of like vortex of energy lately. It's been really interesting. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I do probably, I don't know, average of 15 readings a week-ish. And I'll tell you, you're not out of the norm, my friend. You're right there with many. So I think
Yeah.
we're all just, waiting to see how next year is, So
Mhm.
I happy to see what I can do to give you some guidance. I'm gonna pull a few cards, just
Mhm.
to see if there's anything that stands out. When I use my cards, for those who aren't familiar, I do use tarot, but I use them more as a guide or a tool, but really a visual validation of what my gifts are
Okay.
giving me. So I just sometimes it's nice. The human side wants validation,
Mhm.
So just a couple things really just interesting. As I pulled your cards, uh, and I don't believe in coincidences at all. I don't believe in them. I think everything happens for a reason. And your cards happen to actually equal up to the number 15. So do you
Oh,
connect with that
wow.
number? Do you connect with the number
Um,
15?
I don't think so. Not that I
Okay.
can think of. Anyways.
Okay. Okay, no worries. And keep that in mind. So 15 for me as I connect, it'll be, the 15th of a month being a death date, a birth date, a significant date. Now we could be looking at January 5th as a date where it's a 1 and a 5. So it's kind of how spirit gives me numbers and connects. But I really do, honestly, I feel like I am going back to 2015. So I want you to keep that in mind. So 9 years ago, um, just because there seems to be some shadow work that I'm feeling clear back from 9 years ago that is really a big part of what's holding you back from being able to find your purpose or to find your happiness or what you're wanting to do with your life. So just be mindful of about that time, about that 2015 time. Okay. um, and if it resonates, please you can interrupt and let me know. um, so in looking at your cards, there boy, there's such an emphasis on you being a very spiritual being, my friend. You have a lot of beautiful anyways. So you pulled this high priestess card, this 8 of Pentacles, which is right side up, by the way. But there's also what I kind of felt was going to be coming. Now, this deck I use is primarily feminine energy. It's mostly women. There's 10 cards that have men. You happen to pull one card that is really the I guess I would say the dominant of them. And that King of Swords is the battle, my friend. So there's some masculine energy that's holding you back from doing what you're wanting to do with your life. So please be mindful of who that may be. Are you married?
No. Mm-mm. No,
Okay.
I've been alone for a while. Yeah. A few years.
Okay. For how many years? I'm sorry.
At least about almost 3.
3 years? Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So the the energy of that masculine, really, I know this is kind of hard to explain in such a short amount of time, but it is the source of energy that, if you look at cord cutting, which I do a lot of cord cutting, it's cutting that energetic cord of energy that's feeding into you from the masculine energy. So it's going back again. I want you to go back to 2015 and what was going on with the man in your life, whether it be dad or significant other. Oh, has dad passed? Boy, I just had a very strong father step in. Boy,
I'm not
has your
sure.
dad?
I haven't spoken to him in a few years.
Ah, okay. It's making a lot of sense. Okay. All right. So, again, these are the energies, and it goes, and honestly, that card I pull fits really beautifully with you too, hon, where forgiveness helps so that you can let go and move on, so you can find love and
Yeah, I thought
happiness.
so.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. That fits beautifully with you. So all this is coming full
Yeah.
circle. So, finding forgiveness for dad, even, any masculine or male in your life. So be mindful of that.
Yeah.
That really is the biggest source of energy I feel that's holding you back. I think that's going to help you have kind of a next step is working on that.
Mhm.
Also, that very high vibrational spiritual side that you have, you're just not using it to its full potential. So
Yeah.
you really have a very high vibrational energy. It's just this masculine energy is kind of overshadowing it. So
Mhm.
you have a healing energy. There's no doubt in my mind you're meant to help and heal others. So if you've been drawn to, anything in the medical field or teaching or massage therapy or cosmetology, all of these are right in that kind of that healing realm. Do you work right now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Because I feel what you're doing for work and you don't have to say what you do. I just feel it's just a job and that's fine. That'll, we got to pay our bills
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, but think about adding something to your life that is going to fill up that spiritual cup, but will also help you to close these chapters and that energy and cut those cords with dad, or any other masculine energy in your life.
Yeah.
I'll
There's
tell you,
been a few like disappointments.
oh yeah, I can,
So,
yeah. And when you go back to that 2015, I know you're going to go, oh, yep, I get it.
it
You'll,
could be my ex-husband.
yeah, that's the direction
Yeah.
I was going, but I wanted you to say.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking and I was like, well, he kind of kept coming around that time, I think.
Right.
And they always mess with everything as they do.
Oh,
And
right.
mhm.
Yeah. So there's,
Yeah.
there's just that, that unfortunate lingering, source of energy that,
Mhm.
just we have to move on and forgive and find closure. And
Mhm.
then once you do, it's amazing to see how things start just flowing beautifully. So, think about doing that for sure. Because as I see next year, we're in the year of the 9. That means that it's a time for completion. It's ending cycles. It's ending, journeys that have either not served you in a good way or you're ready for the next
Mhm.
chapter. And you're right there,
Yeah.
my friend. You're right there.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of things come full circle, or I've seen it for what it is lately.
Yeah.
And it's obviously not good, to be around. So
Right.
I get that.
Right.
Yeah, I do
And
understand that.
I honestly, this might sound weird to say, but I'm proud of you and I commend you for taking time away from any men right now and just focusing on
Mhm.
you. Because I feel,
Yeah.
it'll be time for you to have a new relationship within due time. But
Mhm.
for now,
Yeah.
still keep working on you and you'll see how it all
Mhm.
come around.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been trying to do that for a while, but
Good. Good. Well,
yeah.
that's good. Well,
Yeah.
watch for next year. It's going to be a good year.
I hope so. I really, really need. I truly need it. Really do.
I know, hon. Well, I will be sending you lots of good love and light and good positive energy your way, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. You're so welcome. You have a wonderful night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I think we got time for the next caller. And I missed the name. Tiffany. Oh, hi. Tiffany from Canada. Oh, I love
Hello.
my Canada. How are you? This is the mini medium.
I'm good.
Good. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
I was just wondering if there's anything on like family, health, or career.
Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, let's kind of just I'll go with whatever pops up first.
Okay.
For sake of some time, let me ask you, just because I love out of curiosity, because I keep getting numbers today like crazy. Do you connect with the number 15 as a significant number, death date, a birth date, an age?
Yeah, my birthday's on the 15th of January.
Oh, beautiful. I meant to connect with you. I knew I would find my person. Oh, I love it. Okay. Well, my friend, that your birthday, your number has been popping up all over. So, and I know, for sake of some time, I'm going to dive right into what's already coming up. So, but I'll tell you that number I was getting was really coming from a beautiful mother energy on the other side. So I was very much channeling a soul that is like a mother or mom. It was very maternal when I was seeing that number. So, however you connect with that, would that be your mom, grandmother?
What's that, sorry?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I missed that.
And that would be your mom?
Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
You're okay. No, that number 15 I was getting, just wanted you to know it's coming from a very beautiful maternal spirit or energy that has passed. So has your mom or grandmother passed? So mom's mom?
Nope, they are still alive.
Okay. So I want you to be mindful of the, in this can very well be, if you're married, significant other. So very maternal was bringing me that number 15, very much from the other side. So whoever very much is protective of you from the maternal was mentioning your birthday, that 15. Now, in looking, I pulled a few cards for you. I know you were kind of asking a few different topics, but boy, I'll tell you, you hold a lot of energy about your kiddos. So, and you have children?
Yes, I have 3.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. I just wrote down the number 3. So beautiful. I know I've got about 5 minutes, so I'm going to tell you in this time, being that all that energy is sitting with you when it comes to the babies, some things I want you to just be mindful of, really coming here in about the next, oh gosh, well, eight weeks. Boy, this coming soon, Mama. So in about the next 2 months, starting into January, February, very much your oldest, I'm being drawn to the oldest, having some pretty significant shifts or changes in their path. There's a sense of even needing to just let it happen. So, and a lot of education wrapped around this because I see books everywhere. Is your oldest old enough to be attending higher education, college, high school?
No, she's in grade 5.
She's in 5. Okay. Your oldest is only, in 5th grade. Okay. I had to think she's only 5 years old. Okay. So,
Yeah, she's 10.
okay. And I'm sorry, what was that?
She's 10 years old, just turned 10.
10. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. So even with her, some very significant changes with education coming. So I don't know how it is in Canada right around March time, springtime, but very much thinks outside the box. So if she's I know my daughter's 12 and, she's kind of put in different educational classes based on how she learns. So watch for that. There's this emphasis on her being really almost over the top. Especially, is she very intellectual when it comes to reading?
Yeah.
Okay. just want to tell you, right? Yeah, about that March time. I don't know how school is for you guys. Do they go on a spring break around that time? I know it sounds weird, but
Yes, they do.
okay. Okay. So just watch around that time, just to give you a time frame of them even wanting to talk about her education, or she's in some more advanced classes. I think my only concern is that just how quickly this may progress, that it may be too much, too soon, too fast. So just kind of watch for that for her. And then oh, wow. Okay. How do you connect with the month of August?
I have my in-laws, my father-in-law's birthday is there, and my sister-in-law's birthday is in August.
Okay. And both living?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Just some little bit of something. I feel like I'm going towards your father-in-law just because of what I'm seeing, more masculine side. Maybe just have him be mindful of, there's a lot of emphasis on that month having some health, not really issues, but needing to address some things, especially with blood pressure, with the heart, the lungs, especially with father-in-law. So, boy. You know, when I mentioned the mother energy that was here, I got that coming in again. So this has got to be on your husband's side, my friend. And whoever this is.
Okay. Yeah, it actually might be my father-in-law's mom. She just passed away not too long ago.
Okay, perfect. Okay. She's the one popping in really quick and wanting to make sure her son takes this seriously. So have him make sure he's staying on top of that blood pressure and even the cholesterol. Please let your father-in-law know his mother came through if you feel comfortable, and have him check his health, okay?
Okay, we'll do that. Well, thanks so much.
Okay. All right, my friend. You're welcome. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, that is a quick wrap, right? It goes by so fast. But I am your mini medium. Please go follow me on Instagram at minimedium75. Facebook is mini medium. And then my website, mini-medium.com. See you next time, guys. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Shonwall. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are watching this show. My name is Shelley Shonwall, and I am your host of Beyond the Veil. And welcome to my show. I am a medium working out of North Vancouver, British Columbia, and I'm really enjoying being here and giving some people that little bit of boost in life they need. We're coming into the end of this year. And as you know, as many of us do, we start to tend to take stock about how this year has gone and what we want to do next year. And I want to just remind you that your friends in spirit are here for you in this little journey called life. And when you're looking for this divine guidance for what 2026 should hold for you, all you have to do is ask for a little bit of help. Now, spirit isn't going to sit there and wait for your laundry list and then have you sit back in your comfy chair with your feet up and wait for things to smack you in the forehead. You do have to go out and work for it. Unfortunately, that's why we're here. We're here to learn and grow and change. But what they will do is when they hear your interest and your desire to make your life better, boy, let me tell you, they will come through in spades for you. Now, sometimes those little ways to give you that push and get you on the next road may not be so nice. There can be some bumps in the way, and perhaps it's not a pleasant situation that pushes you in the new direction. But I can guarantee you, once you get on the new road, that new path that you want to be on, your soul wants to be on, wow, things really do get better. And it's about learning while we're here. We have to remember that. There's nothing that's going to be easy. Nobody's life is easy. We all have our little trials and tribulations. We all have problems. We all have loss in our lives as well. So know that you are no different than anyone else, but your journey is different. And embrace it. Now, we're going to take a caller and see what they need from this little call here today. So we've got Connie in Toronto. So let's bring Connie in now. Hello?
Hi.
Connie? Hi. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah. Hi. I'm good.
You're good? You're like,
yeah.
Wow, I got to call in. This is great. So
that's great.
How can I? Yeah.
How can you help me? I just basically want to know a general, I got a little bit of teeth work coming up. I want to know if I'm going to be okay with that. I think I am, but I got to get a couple of teeth pulled, I think, and I got to get implants done.
Okay. So I can't give
one
medical
for
advice.
sure. I'm not sure about the other one yet.
Yeah. So just so you know, I can't give medical advice. But I can give you some.
Okay.
Yes, I can give you some information on what Spirit's going to give me about this stuff, and they are talking about this. Ooh, that nervousness.
Even maybe just a general. You know what I mean? Like something general. How my life is going to be in the next year, because this year was a real bad year. I want to hope next year is better.
Don't we all, Connie? Well, they're giving me a little bit of information about this, and they're saying to me that you, in general, are very nervous about dental work. So this is not a happy situation. Are you a bit claustrophobic when people are working in and around your mouth and face too?
Yeah, because I have a really small mouth and they seem to injure me.
Yeah.
So
I feel your pain.
I have to have a really experienced doctor or I won't do it.
Yes.
I'm waiting because of my benefits. They used up my benefits, and so January my benefits rolled over again because they didn't know what was wrong. So they did the root canal. It didn't work. They did this. They did that. They did this and used up all my benefits. And a root canal and an implant is like over $5,000.
Yes. Yeah. They're not cheap. But what they're telling me is that this is the timing. Of course, your benefits are coming through. So you know this is timing, but the timing will be right for you. Now, what they're telling me is that it will be fine what you're going into. There's nervousness and trepidation, of course, because it's not an easy thing that you're going to go through. But what they're wanting to talk to you about is a little bit of breathing techniques before you go in there. Have you ever heard of the triangle breathing? You breathe gently up on one side, down the other, and then over.
Yeah.
To start to do this.
Yeah. And
now, when you go into this
like
as
that,
well,
you mean, right? Like breathe in and then breathe out. Yeah, because I get nervous. Yeah.
Yes, time, and 1, 2, 3 up the side, and just visualize yourself going around this triangle. Now, they've also asked you, Connie, the night before and the morning of, is to ask your friends in spirit to come in and be with you while you have this procedure and help you to go through with little discomfort and guide the person who's doing this surgery as well. Not just for you, but ask for their people to come in and be with you, people who are working in your mouth at that time, to make sure that they give you a good experience with this. You can tell them what you're nervous about, what bothers you about these things, and allow them to kind of come in with you through this, because it feels what's going to be very important for you is to have your nerve level, like the energy level down. Now, even speak to them.
He's a really, really good doctor. That's why I'm waiting. I just wanted the best
110%.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, you are doing the right thing. Absolutely. I'm feeling this was a really good move, because you know what it's done for you, Connie, is it's actually given you a little bit of control over a situation that you don't have a lot of control over, right? And that's important going into situations. Right? So this has helped you. This is allowing you to pick the person that you feel comfortable with to do this procedure, and to be able to voice your concerns to them. I'm very nervous. I don't have a large mouth. You're going to be working in there. Tends to hurt. So you can have those discussions with this person, and it feels like they're going to really listen to you. They're not going to push you off and brush you aside with your concerns. Yeah,
he
this
really
person
listens to me. He already knows I have a small mouth. We talked about it, and he said, the thing is they don't know what's wrong with the tooth. I'm just in pain.
Yeah.
Everything they did does not get me out of pain. I believe the dentist, when she tried to file it down, I believe she fractured it. She was a new dentist because my dentist retired, and the son took over, but he's got his family he's just starting it with, so he's only working part-time. And I didn't know this dentist, and I believe she messed me up, and I believe I'm losing the tooth over it, but they won't admit to it. They never admit to fault.
It's Connie, what I'm hearing is it's neither here nor there.
Knows.
Right. I mean, here you are. This is a situation that you're in, and what I'm feeling from this person that's going to help you out is that they really are going to listen and make sure that you are comfortable and taken care of throughout this. They're aware of everything that's went on, that's gotten you to this place, and it feels like they understand you as a person better as well. Right? It's just
I felt
that sense
way when I went for my meeting. I felt that way with him. He was we connected. So he did my other tooth years ago.
So you already know me. Good. Yeah.
And then I had problems with it, so I went to the specialist. But he knows now that he's going to do from the beginning to the end in the procedure. Like they'll sometimes tell you to, get the crown done by your dentist. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. I said, I want the specialist, the surgeon, to do the whole procedure.
Yes. And they listen
to the whole procedure.
Yeah. This is a good person. This is a good way for you. So this is what I'm getting from Spirit, is this is a great way to start off the year, because you're going to get this done. You're going to feel a whole lot better. And once this is out of the way, and it's like the first procedure's done, it's like, there's going to be a sigh of relief. But they're also talking about this nervous energy that comes into other situations in your life too. And remember that breathing technique going forward. I mean, this isn't just something that you can pull for this. It's important to kind of control that breathing and relaxing into situations. They're also saying you don't talk to them enough. Your friends in spirit, they'd like to hear from you a little bit more. And what that means is that
I try to talk to them quite a bit when I need help. Like I talk to them quite a bit, way more than I ever did. So I will try even more. You know what I mean?
Just when
I try to ask for help all the time, even like for my kids and everything. Like I try to ask for help all the time.
You know what I'm hearing, Connie?
Synchronicity. Go to the dentist especially.
Yeah, I'm hearing synchronicity. Are you seeing things with synchronicity, like a 444 or license plate with the same things? Is there some sort of synchronicity coming into your world?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank them for that.
I think so. I'm not sure, but I will look for it. Yeah.
You've seen it, and it's been like, oh, that's odd. You are going, if you start to thank them for these little things, there's some repetition. It can often be this little sign that's very unique to you. Now, for me, it's seeing on the clock, it's 5:55 or something like that. That's what I get, and I know that Spirit's here with me, and they're thank you, Spirit, thank you. I know you're with me. That builds that bond and that energy. So when you need to build, ask them for help, they know that you can hear them, and that you can help and act upon what they're giving you, right? So it's a neat little way to build that bond, and know that Spirit they can give you help, but if you give them a laundry list, I want A, B, C, D. What you have to ask for, Connie, is for the highest and best for what you need, because Spirit knows better what you need than you do, because you have only one view in life. It looks forward, and but you can see your past, what you've been through, but when you're looking for help with events coming forward, like your surgery and things like that, you don't have the full view. You don't have the full scope that Spirit does. So when we ask for that highest and best, that's when they're really going to come through in spades for you, because they know that you're open to what they're going to give you versus giving them that prescription pad, right?
Yeah, like I ask for help because I'm in pain and I have to wait because of I'm trying to wait until, because it's in the front of my mouth, it's not my big tooth, it's the one beside it. I'm trying to wait until January, which is when my benefits roll over, so that I can get through Christmas and New Year's in the front of my face.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to leave you with that, Connie, but they're saying that the timing is right for the surgery, and that they will be there to help you out. So may I leave them with you?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I needed that.
And thank you. All right, and there we have it. Spirit will often help us out, but we have to give them the leeway to give us the help, because they know better than we do. They have a view of our lives that we don't. So as you ask for help, just remember that it's got to be the highest and best, and not necessarily exactly what we want in life. And they will give you better if you put it out there that way. So just remember that as your week unfolds. And thank you very much for joining me again. And I hope to see you here next week. Have a wonderful week, everyone.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I do tons of other things from Reiki to herbalism. I do a little bit of everything, but I always say that I am simply a channel of spirit, and I bring messages for those who find me. And as we are starting out with messages, we are going into the month of December, the last cycle of the year, and I like to pull out collective messages for the next couple of days. So this will be over the next 7 days, what to watch out for, because it's the collective. Of course, there's going to be things that resonate, there's going to be things that shift, but just take that these energies are present, and you can use this as a way to just propel you to a more positive week. And overall, it seems like we are beginning to address some heartbreak as a collective. So there's things that have not turned out the way that we wanted. There's ways that we have been hurt in the past. And as we're going into that winter season, at least for, the Western part of the world, we are coming to that point of where it's time to forgive yourself, and if it applies, others as well. But it's a lot about self-forgiveness. Review those past and allow it to let go. So it's okay to spend some time with yourself. It's even a courage over the next couple of days to spend time with yourself and just reflect. Because you have done a lot. You have succeeded in so many different things. And it's time for you to communicate what you want to do next, whether that is to your partners, that's to your spirit guides, or your work colleagues. Advice is coming in for somebody important over the next 7 days, and it's just up for you to listen and to take the advice or not. Completely up to you, but overall, you'll still have a lot of encouragement and clarity if you spend some time in meditation or some type of reflection. So just take that as we go on the next couple of days, and as we go into some more detail with Cynthia today. Hello, Cynthia. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I am feeling a sudden blockage in my throat today. Have you been having trouble speaking up at all?
No.
Okay, we can dive into that a little bit more as to why that throat blockage is there. What type of questions do you have today?
I was wondering what my mom and dad have to say to me right now, because I feel like they've been around me for the last few days.
Okay. And are they both passed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And my brother.
And your brother. Okay, let's see. Overall, let's see. I'm going to just tune in for a little bit. First message is to allow yourself to step out of that ego. Now, this isn't like, oh my gosh, you're a terrible person or anything, but there is something that you have been allowing, I'm hearing, it's a false sense of entrapment. So there's a part of your ego, a part of what you learned that is keeping you in a negative or this pattern of fear-based thoughts. And you're being overly focused on one particular area in your life, and you're not going to find the answers with the way you are currently looking. You're wanting something very specific and not being open to other things. So as we're going forward, I'm just going to energetically help clear that stagnation for you to be able to kind of see other opportunities as we get more information. Um, I do see a lot of more feminine energy coming in the subconscious, particularly within that dream work, or anytime that you are doing more home activities. That could be cleaning or cooking or driving. A lot of those stages we can go into like a meditative state. And I'm feeling that in these moments of contentment is when your mother, that mother energy really steps in, particularly to help with your emotional needs and some of your material needs, and making sure that those needs are being met and you're surrounded by trustworthy people, particularly those you have to work with on the outside and external finances, whether you're working through insurance, property taxes, whatever it may be. Your mother is making sure that you have true trustworthy people by your side. So if you ever have somebody that suddenly leaves your life, or seems like something just blows up and like you're like, oh my gosh, I can't be around this person anymore, that is your mother coming in to protect you. So has anything like that happened recently?
Yes, today.
Yeah. Yes, things can get very difficult. And so just take that deep breath, and I can feel that tension in the heart and again with that throat. But when people walk away, no matter how difficult that it may be, the energies that's coming in specifically for you is that you are moving towards a path that is more about loving your life again. So this concerns fading away and you stepping into more of like, okay, this is what I've been asking for. This is what I've been wishing for, and stepping into that a little bit more. But you've got a lot of clarity very recently about how things and how other people are involved, haven't you? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was just wondering if they were catching all that, telling
Yeah. And so,
me, I was hoping that they would tell me something about it, what they knew.
yeah. Okay, let's dive in deeper then. So, we are getting three energies now coming in. So we're getting a masculine energy coming forward. We're getting that mother energy coming forward. And there's another energy that's trying to come in. It's someone younger than your parents, someone that was younger than you, but they have also passed. But as you're moving forward, and this will be in the next couple of days, in the, like 1 to 2 weeks, you are going to be given offers of unity. And I'm trying to discern and understand why Spirit is giving me these exact words of unity. But it is okay to see yourself with sadness. It is okay for you to take time to heal and to forgive yourself and others. What is coming through though is you need to come back and find unity within yourself. It seems like you have split a lot of pieces of yourself and scattered them around, for whatever reason. And it's about bringing all those pieces back to you so you can say, okay, I know what type of person I am, and I know what type of person I want to become. So that could be improving something, that could be discarding relationships. Whatever you need to do in order to come back to yourself, you are being supported into that. And allow yourself to step into creativity, because you are being recognized for the hard work you have been through. So the situations you have been going through and you're stepping into, and you are learning. So I'm seeing a butterfly. So like you've been in a cocoon period for a very long time, and it seems like the most recent situations that you have been going through is the final chrysalis for you to be able to spread your wings again and to say, we're done with that version. We're done with this version and situation, because it is time to move forward. But it's about coming back to yourself, allowing yourself to heal. You don't have to forgive others. Just saying, you do not have to forgive others if you do not feel called to. But you do need to forgive yourself, whether that is your part that you played in this situation, or that upset, like, oh my gosh, I allowed myself to be betrayed. I was stupid and I put myself in this situation. Allow that to just work with it. Don't ignore it. Just be like, okay, this is what happened. I can learn from this. because all the karma is on your side. So if anybody has done you wrong, just know that the karma is on your side, particularly if you also are involved in any legal situations. Things are becoming balanced. You have your mother energy, you have this father energy coming in to make sure that you are getting what is fair and just for you. So stand up for your beliefs. Okay. That doesn't mean you have to argue, but stand up for those beliefs. If you are not in a position to forgive the others involved in this situation, you don't have to. You absolutely do not have to. You will feel a lot of release if you do. And then your father is coming in very quickly with a message. So I'm going to tune into that. Do you need more clarity while I'm tuning in?
Yeah. Or go ahead.
Okay. Is this a romantic partner that you've been struggling with? Because I see a significant life experience surrounding, I don't know if it's a wedding proposal or some type of event or a social event that's come forward. No, none of that? Okay, so Spirit, can you give more clarity on what this event coming up is? Pay attention to January and February as we also Pisces season. So does your father or brother have a birthday in February by any chance?
Yeah, 28th of February, Daddy.
Okay. So
and my brother too. He had also a February birthday.
Okay, so that's just clarification for me.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I was totally wrong. It was November 28th and 20th.
November 28th. Okay. Interesting. I'm just going to switch to light language real quick to just clarify what I'm hearing from Spirit. You may not understand what I'm saying, but that's okay. So in the next 7 to 8 weeks, you are going to be seeing a shift in how you see other people and other perspectives. And there is going to be a shift in saying that, okay, it's time for me to accept help from others because what has been split is too much. It's out of balance, and it's time to come back for things to be in balance. Because if you go on how you are going to see a lot of more stress, health-related issues, particularly those who are that may be more genetic on your father's side. So please be aware of that if you continue on, and again, I'm getting that throat. So releasing the fears to hold your back. And if you do have any type of genetic history, I'm not a medical professional, but possibly going to get your thyroid checked out, going to get those check-ins too. So if your father had genetic diseases or anything that was present when he's passed, please go get that checked out for yourself as well. There's a supplement.
Has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cats and kittens. It's a little hot in here, so I'm what my father's side of the family would call schwitzing, which means sweating a little. I'm half Mayflower and half Yiddish. How are you today, darlings? And happy Thanksgiving. I'm very thankful for you. You particularly. That's why I made my hair fluffy for you. Woo! So, Moon is in Aquarius today. So if you're an Aquarius, you're having a good day. If you're a, what's the opposite of Aquarius? Taurus, I think. Take a deep breath and lie down. Until tomorrow. So we're going to do the psychic tarot weather. No, that's different. We're going to do the psychic tarot weather. That's what we're going to do. And tarot psychic weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And it was interesting today because when I pulled the cards, it came up like, boys, boys, boys. Like, well, that's good news for me, I guess. But so I'm like, hey, you stay there. And I pulled some more cards. So it's like, boys, boys, boys. So I guess this week is about boys. So the week starts today. And psychic tarot weather is sort of like, what's in the air? What affects us? What's part of the zeitgeist? A German word meaning spirit of the age or the moment. There you go. You've learned German and Yiddish. Stick around and I'll teach you to play chess, which I suck at. So maybe not. I'll teach you how to play bad chess. There you go. So the first card is today, going through like Friday. Second card is over the weekend. And the third card, hi, Leslie in Holly Springs, Mississippi. I'm glad you're here. I'll be within 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Ooh, that's what a lamb shaking its tail looks like. Cool. This is going to finish the psychic tarot weather. Okay. And the last card is like Monday through next Wednesday when the whole cycle starts all over again. It won't stop. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The first card is the Page of Air. And the Page of Air, I'll show you the card in a second, is logical, honest, impulsive, curious, usually under 35. He sounds kind of hot, actually. I'm going to keep him for myself. And often this card is about channeling information. Because we're Mercury retrograde, which I'm not going to explain, it just means a 3-week period where, and believe me, even if you don't believe this works, it's true. When Mercury is in retrograde, things having to do with communication, with travel, computers, stuff like that, anything ruled by Mercury, go kablooey, which is not German or Yiddish. So this might mean a couple of things. What I feel it means is that you might be waiting. Sorry, I did something with my Zoom camera and I don't know what I did. There. Oh, sod it. There, look, I did it. Well, trust me, it's the Page of Air. If somebody can call me and tell me how to fix this, that would be great. Hello. Why, hello there. I didn't know you were there. Page of Air is like he's a Page of Swords. And what he does is he's going to deliver information. The information might be muddled or a little delayed. So if you're expecting like something about a job offer, or if you're waiting for a boy to call and who isn't, it might take a little while because blame this card. It's all your fault. It also can mean hanging out with kids. Well, that's, you know what? Yeah, no, Page is actually more, it can also be a child. And if it's a child, it's probably a child with air sign qualities, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, which means very thoughtful, very intellectual, and probably a pain in the bum because they ask questions every 30 seconds. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. What are the cards The cards replace themselves. What the hell? Okay, well, the second card, Archangel Raphael, who's a boy, who's also about healing. But we got the Lover's card. And the Lover's card is interesting. Let's see if we can do this again. There. It's in there somewhere. There. Woohoo. Hello. The Lover's card is pretty much, I know I've got 6 minutes, so I'll talk fast. The Lover's card is pretty much self-explanatory. When you get it, it means there's a new partnership, probably either a reaffirming of love in your relationship or a new relationship that's getting its feet on the ground. Woohoo! And the Ace of Fire, here we go, almost done. Woo, you can see it's pretty card. Pretty card. There. Aha. Ace of Fire is the Ace of Swords. So you're starting a whole new way of thinking. You might have just gotten sober. You might just have gotten in therapy. You might just be doing some looking at yourself, which is going to change your way of thinking for the better. You're going to magically change your way of thinking for the better. And let's take Holly in Mississippi. Hi, Holly. Thank you for being so patient. I like to connect to people through their birthday. When's your birthday?
Yeah,
Leslie. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let's Leslie. It's January 30th, 1980.
There you go. Holly Spring Miss. Oh, that's what I got confused. I have very, very little short-term memory. What did I just say? So it's a good day for you. Moon is in Aquarius. When the moon is in our own signs, it's a very good thing. We have kind of a green light day. How can I help you, my love?
Yes. And I've been working in academic advising now for almost 4 years, and I've been applying for senior advisor positions in different states. Do you see me getting a senior academic advising position somewhere in the next 6 months?
Oh, good for you. Both my parents were academics, so I feel you. Have you? I mean, this is crazy, but I'm kind of getting Ole Miss for you. Have you tried? I mean, obviously it's the closest college to you, but it feels like you have a slightly recondite specialty. What do you mind me asking what your area is?
Yeah. I work with first-year students.
Great.
Because I work in all areas. Right now, I'm assigned to a social science cohort.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations. We need that right now. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I think it'll be well under 6 months. I think it's probably going to be within, I'm getting right after the turn of the year, like late around your birthday, in fact. Happy birthday. Late January, early February. And wait, you said January 30th? You have the same birthday as Norman Mailer. It also I feel like it's going to be close to home. I keep getting Ole Miss. Because normally I'd be like, you're probably going to have to travel for this one. But I feel like it's going to be within your state. Probably be like a state university. That's what I'm getting. And I am getting that something you applied for earlier, like 2.5, 3 months ago, is going to come back around like that. Going to even make that noise.
Yeah, I applied for one position 6 months ago, and I had the interview almost 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. How many times
in California?
Have you? Yeah, I'm getting you staying in town. Staying in state. How many positions have you applied for?
I've applied for over 100 different advising positions since March of this year.
Yeah,
and I've taken a short sabbatical. But I've made an exception for those who in senior academic advisor positions. I have not seen any openings for Ole Miss. I've already interviewed for a position in Texas, and I'll be planning on interviewing for a position in New Mexico here next week, hopefully.
Actually, New Mexico is lighting up for me as a second. The other thing I'm getting is this might be a position that's not currently listed. You might have to either sort of step out of your comfort zone, which is my least favorite thing to do in the world, and use your contacts and your grapevine. It feels like this is an unadvertised position that hasn't been listed yet. After that, New Mexico is the one popping up for me. It's the one that's got the most light on it. Well, because New Mexico is really sunny, but that's not why. I do think what I would also do is, you've been doing this a long time, and you have contacts. People trust you. You've got a good reputation. You also need to let people know that you're in the game, because I think some people mistook your sabbatical with you stepping away from the whole thing. So be a little more self-promoting, because this is the moment for that, than you're used to being. And if you have contacts at different colleges, right?
Yes. I'm
Yeah.
just going to work my contacts this week.
Good. Work them until Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, solstice, New Year. You also have you got sort of a window of opportunity coming up right now, because I'll just say, but I'm not going to bore you with the details, but the stars are kind of lining up in your favor. And be glad that nothing came in the last 3 weeks, because anything you sign up for during Mercury retrograde always falls through. It always does. I don't know why. I don't know why great whirling lumps of rock in the sky should care about what we do on Tuesday, but apparently they do. So that's what I think. I'm sorry, I keep getting Ole Miss. And so after that, New Mexico. After that, I'm going to say Texas, but that's... my first thing is, you're not going to have to travel far. So use your contacts, be more aggressive than you feel like being, let people know that your hat is in the ring, and be more self-promoting. You actually have a talent for that. So use it. It's just talk back to all those little voices that are like, no, I shouldn't do that. It's not ladylike. Or I don't think that's something that bothers you, but you know what I'm saying? A little thin voice we have that's like, well, I'm not going to put myself forward. Put yourself forward. And I think it's going to go quite well. Let me know how it goes, because I'm getting some really strong feeling that February at the latest, probably sooner. Talk to your contacts, grapevine. There are some really good jobs that aren't being advertised yet or shown. They're not on the boards yet. Got me?
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
They always make me laugh before I get on air, and it's kind of awkward sometimes. But that's okay, because laughing is good. It certainly beats the alternative, which is solemnness, anger, I don't know. But what I do know is, bienvenidos al buffet de oráculos. Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet. We're going to take a call today here shortly. But before that, we got to take care of some house cleaning. You know what time of year it is? It's the holidays, whether we want it to be or not. And you know what that means? You got to find a gift for your spiritual friend. And you know what the perfect gift for your spiritual friend is? An Oracle Buffet reading, or an astrology reading, or an astrology report. And I don't know where you can find those. Wait a minute, I do know where you can find those. You can find all those at PsychicAstrologyWI.com, or you can find them on my TikTok, Oracle Buffet. So check it out. You can get the Oracle Buffet reading for $12. That's a pretty cheap gift. You got all sorts of spiritual friends. You can get them all covered for like pretty cheap. Anyway, that's enough of that. I guess we're ready for the call. So let's dive right in. Who do we got today? Allison in Aurora, Colorado. Is that you?
Yep, that's it.
Hi, Allison. How goes it?
It's going good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Allison, so we're going to do an astrology reading and an oracle card reading on you today. Is that okay?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Do you know your date, time, location of birth?
I do not know the exact time.
Okay.
The date is April 12th, 1970.
All right. Do you have an approximation of the time or not?
I believe it was in the morning, and that's all I really know.
Okay. And where did this happen at?
In Hardin, Montana.
Montana. All right. Harden?
Hardin.
Hardin, Montana. There it is. All right. All right, Allison. So, do you want me to read your chart? Do you want me to ask you some questions? What do you, or do you want to ask me some questions? What do you think?
I found the time. Oh, wait, that's not mine. I'm sorry. I didn't find the time. Yes, I would just like you to read the cards and tell me what kind of information you may have for me.
Okay, let's just take a look right here. Okay. All right, so you are going through right now what's called your nodal return. Your nodal return, Allison, happens once every 18 and a half or so years. And it's when the nodes of the moon return to where they were when you were born. So yours are, without the time, I can't tell exactly what house it's going to be in or what area of life this affects. But I can tell you this. Your north node is in Pisces, Allison. So what this means is that in the past, either in this life or the life before this, you were a Virgo or you had a lot of Virgo-like qualities. So what does that mean? Allison, that means that you were too focused on the day-to-day. You were too focused on the chores, on on work, on helping other people. You got too caught up in the dishes and the mowing lawn that you forgot about your spirituality. Have you been feeling that lately? A redirection towards spirituality?
Actually, yes.
Yep. Well, that's the reason
yes,
why you're
definitely.
feeling that. Okay, good. And that's probably, well, it is the reason why you called in, is because you're in the middle of this. This is a very important time in your life, every nodal return that you have, so every 18 and a half or so years. But anyway, so you are being asked right now, Allison, to redirect your life and your energies more inward, more towards the spirituality, more towards forgiveness. So there's likely someone in your life that you're working on forgiving right now. If not, that's going to be coming up here. So more towards spirituality, more towards forgiveness, more towards escaping everyday life. You need to let go of the physical, of the things that you can see around you, of the dust, of the dishes, of the need to help other people. And you need to go inward more. Meditation, spending time alone, sleeping, dreaming. You might notice a big change in your dreams. Lately, they're speaking to you more so now than they do at other times in your life. Does this all resonate with you, Allison?
Definitely. Yes.
Good. So that's what's being asked of you right now. So if you are losing the motivation to do the dishes, losing the motivation to mow the lawn, feeling like you're selfish because you want to take more time for yourself, this is why, is because your soul is redirecting you inward. It's redirecting you away from the earthly plane and more inward. And I know this is kind of a challenge for you because although your sun is in Aries, you've got Saturn, Mercury, Venus, and Mars in Taurus. So you're really kind of earthly. So you do great with things that are sensual, not sexual, but sensual, meaning taste, touch, smell, sound. So for you, it's likely difficult for you to believe things if you can't see them or taste them or hear them. That sound right?
It is.
Yep.
Except
Yeah.
I do believe in a higher power.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But that's what's kind of being asked of you right now is although you do well on the earthly plane and you understand earthly things and you're good with your senses, it's time to let go of that a little bit more, let go of that security of the physicality and start to embrace spirituality more. That's what's being asked of you. And also within the past few days here, there's been a question of your independence too. Do you know what I'm referring to?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you had to stand up for yourself in the past few days?
I would say I do. Yeah, kind of.
Okay,
yes.
Fair enough. Okay, so that's been a part of this too. That's what's going on right now. Anyway, let me look at this here. So yeah, prescription for you with regard to your North Node and your nodal return that's happening. This is going to be happening for the next several months still. It's going to be going on because it lasts about a year and a half usually, Allison. Anyway, so meditate more, spend more time alone, go out in nature. That's what's being asked of you right now over the next several months, and that's what has been being asked of you. Let me look at something else here. Okay. No, that's not what I was thinking about. Okay, so I'm going to pull some cards for you right now. What does the universe want Allison to know today? I'm going to pull a couple. Give me 3 areas of your life, Allison, that you want messages about.
Financial.
Okay, let's start with financial. What does Allison need to know about finances? All right. Claim your art and be open to love. Claim your art and be open to love. Not sure if that's helpful at all, but it seems like you're denying yourself or you're denying your talents. I'm not sure if that's what that's trying to tell you. Does that resonate at all with you, Allison?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Next area you want a reading
on? My family.
Your family. Okay. What does Allison? Oh, go ahead.
Just how everybody's gonna be doing.
Okay. What does Allison need to know about her family? What does she need to know about her family? All right. Seeking the spiritual, Allison. Every minute can be a holy, sacred minute. Where do you seek the spiritual? You seek the spiritual in every ordinary thing you do every day. Sweeping the floor, watering the vegetables, and washing the dishes become holy and sacred if mindfulness is there. With mindfulness and concentration, everything becomes spiritual. That's one of the cards I pulled for your family. The other one is, why am I asking why? Asking why is a sneaky way of procrastinating from taking action on the task and by focusing on yourself. Asking a child, why did you spill the milk, doesn't stop the milk from spilling, nor does it help the child learn how to avoid repeating the accident in the future. It only focuses on what the child is thinking. What's wrong with me? Let's focus instead on productive questions such as, how do we clean up the spilt milk? What can I do now after procrastinating for a week? Or what small action can I take to move things forward? So it sounds like needs to be a little bit more mindfulness and acceptance with your family.
That sounds On point.
Whether you want it to be or not, it sounds accurate.
Right.
What's the third area of life you want me to pull a card for?
How about my health?
Health? Okay,
Yes,
what
my health.
Allison need to know about her health? What does Allison need to know about her health? Okay. Allison needs to know knowing how versus knowing why. Practicing how to start a task for 15 minutes is much more effective than theorizing about why you procrastinate. Learn to quickly shift from why to how can I start? What can I do now? Redirect your energy toward taking action rather than asking why, and you'll become incredibly productive and efficient. I think I know what that one's saying. How about you?
For sure. Again, right on point.
Yeah, it doesn't make it fun to hear, but you know, the universe has jokes. Anyway,
Right. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's got a joke. The universe has a suggestion box, and you can put your suggestions in there, and then it spits them back out at you in a completely different way. But anyway, Allison, thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate you. We're running out of time here. So thank you everyone for tuning in to this week's edition of El Buffet de Oráculos, the Oracle Buffet. My name's Heather Carmona. You can reach me at psychicastrologywi.com or at psychicastrologywi@gmail.com or Oracle Buffet on TikTok. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful week. We'll see you next time.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Spirit Essence Show with Tara Diana. Live from Spirited Essence by TaraDiana.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Spirit Essence Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my beautiful people, and welcome back to the Spirit Essence Show, where we explore the magic, the mystery, and the downright, oh yeah, spirit is real kind of energy. I'm Tara Diana. I'm an empowerment medium, and tonight I'm your spiritual straight talker. This is where we connect to spirit and we do all the work that is meant to be done, and I love that. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Tara Diana, as I said, and I have been I've been a medium my whole life, but I've been a practicing medium for 25 years. So professionally doing this work for 25 years. And one of the things that I like to do is to be able to come on here and just give. So give a little bit of insight about spirit. When you've been working with spirit as long as I have, you have a lot of insight. Trust me on this. And to do a little bit of the spiritual work. I know everybody loves readings, and I will always do my collective reading at the end of this, but sometimes we need to do a little bit of self-love, self-care, focus on ourselves. So tonight we are going to be talking, starting off with our Touched by Spirit episode. And this goes into a little bit of our spirit really giving us signs. Are things coincidences? Is coincidence real, or is it spirit messing with us again? And I'm going to give you a heads up. So here's my spoiler alert for the night. Spirit's always messing with us, babies. Always, 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 lovingly, strategically. Okay? Always got something for us. And half the time you all don't even notice. Half the time I don't notice, to be honest with you, and I work with spirit all day, every day. So we're also going to drop into a short meditation to open your intuitive channels. This is going to set you up for success as you move into your evening or wherever you're listening to. It might be your daytime. And then I'll finish with that collective card pull. We're going to use chakra cards tonight. I actually know what these cards are this time. And we're going to pull you into the next chapter for next week. So let's get into it, boo. The Touched by Angel, I always call it that, Touched by Spirit. The Touched by Spirit story that we're going to talk about. This is another one that comes from a really good friend of mine. Now, you got to remember, guys, that I've done this work for like an extremely long time. So I have a very large community. I even have a whole community that works with me called the Spirit Essence Collective. So different practitioners, energy healers, mediums, intuitives that come and work with me. So I have another Touched by Spirit that came from one of my very, very good friends. And he is very spiritual, and he's a practitioner himself, and it's pretty cool. So we're going to call this one The Paintings That Knew. So today's Touched by Spirit story, this one really grabbed me. I always try to get other people's stories. Like I ask my clients, I ask my following, hey, do you have a story? But I've been using my friends' stories more frequently right now because they really kind of hit home because I can feel them, right? I can feel them. So let's get to it. A dear friend of mine had just gone in for an ultrasound on his manly bits. Yes, we are going to call it that. We're going to call it his manly bits. And the very next day, he had this sudden nudge, this urge to buy these two really large canvases. And when I say large, I have a painting of his in my home, and it's hella large. He doesn't do small paintings. So these are the kind of canvases that you drag onto the bus where people stare at you and they're like, well, what is this? And where am I supposed to sit kind of canvases? So he's on the bus and the doctor calls him and he says to my friend, you need to come in immediately. And baby, he knew. When your doctor calls you and says, you need to come in immediately, you know. That is the moment that the ultrasound confirmed his cancer and it announced itself. Like he just knew. He went home. He sat with that because you always go into something like that. I'm going to share something really quick. My mom had a cancer scare. And it turned out she had cancer actually in a different part of her body. But anyway, she had a cancer scare that was to do with her lungs. And they were like, you need to come in immediately. And after you see us, this is her GP, we're in Canada, so general practitioner. After you see us, you're going straight to the specialist. Okay, how can you say something's wrong any more than by, saying we've already booked a specialist for you. He's coming in from playing golf. I was like, oh goodness. So mom called me, my dad was away, and asked me to go in. And it turns out that she didn't have cancer. They couldn't tell her that right off the bat. But that fear of cancer, I will never forget how stressed my mama was. For real. She was so stressed. And I remember her saying to me, she didn't say anything about me and my sister. She said she wanted to see my kids graduate. She wanted to see them get married. And she didn't want my dad to have the money. I thought that was the best. My mom passed away this March. If you followed, you heard the story last week. But my mom passed away in March. And my dad's got all the money right now. And it was just a funny comment for someone to make. But she was so scared that she had cancer. So I can only imagine what my friend was thinking, because he would have been hella young, guys. He would have been like in his mid-20s when this happened, because he ain't that old now. So he told me that he went home and he sat in this like really raw emotion, fear, rage, heartbreak, all of that, because, you don't know what's going to happen after that. Like, what does that look like? Where does that go once they tell you that? And so he did what his soul knew would give him a little bit of peace in the moment. He painted. Right? He took those big ass canvases and he poured every ounce of that moment into those canvases. So fast forward. Okay. We're going to fast forward a year. Healing, growth, survival. Yay. He reaches out to BC Cancer and says, hey, babies, can I donate some art to you guys? Like, are you up for that? And they're like, absolutely. Immediately, yes, we would like that. And so he sent them off 15 photos of different paintings he had. I go like this, but his paintings are like this and like that. So he sent off 15 photos. And out of all 15 of those photos, okay, all 15, they chose the 2 paintings that came from the day he found out he had cancer. He chose those 2 ones. They chose those 2 canvases. So not the prettiest, he said to me, by far, not the most polished, because it was raw emotion, but the ones that held the energy of his transformation. And I loved it when he said it to me like that. I was like, oh, yes, 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 yes. That's it. So that, to me, the way I work with spirit is spirit saying, we were there when your world cracked open. We were there when you fought your way through. And we're here now, stitching your story into a full circle moment. Coming full circle. And I love that. I love that. So that May, here's Tara playing the little, I have the angel over here and I have the devil over here. But that may sound like coincidence to some, and I get it. But baby, I want you to grab your tea because we're going to go a little deeper. So let's talk about coincidences just in the spirit kind of stealth mode, okay? So listen. Humans love the word coincidence. It makes things feel logical, explainable, safe. We know that. But in spiritual truth, coincidences are just imagine spirit wearing sunglasses and pretending to mind their business. Okay? They're just like, I'm here, but I'm not here. Do you remember that Kung Fu Panda? If you got kids, you'll know this. And it was like, you can't see me, you can't see me. Think of spirit like that. So a coincidence to me is often an alignment you're not awake enough to claim. Okay, you don't see it for what it really is. It's just there, and you're like, amen, hallelujah, it's there. So let me give you a couple of stories that have been documented, witnessed, or passed down through spiritual circles. Stories that would make even the skeptics maybe squint sideways. Maybe not the hard ones, but anyway, let's see. Let's go with this one. The feather on the casket, okay? So this is a true account from Hello from Heaven. If you want to Google that, you can find it. So a woman grieving her mother asked Spirit for a sign, specifically a white feather. I love the feather ones. The funeral came, the procession moved, the air was still. Okay, it was just a regular day, no wind, no nothing. And as the casket was being lowered, one single white feather drifted down, landing on top of it. Okay, one single white feather. No birds, no breeze, no reason. Okay? Just a sign delivered with precision and love. Feathers are a huge tool, and Spirit loves to just drop them anywhere at any time. I will never tell you that it's not a sign if it truly, truly is a sign. And there's a difference. Right? The signs just feel so aligned. And if someone asks for one, if you ever listen to my podcast, the 100th episode came out this Monday, and we did a talk, Nancy and I, on this kind of stuff. And I do a talk about the bear, me asking for a bear and a big bear showing up. Go and listen to it, Spirit, Angels, and Guides, oh my, and see what I'm talking about. The signs, the big signs are, you cannot claim coincidence with them. So let's go to story number 2, because I want to get to all the other stuff. Story number 2, the man who dreamed the address. So this is referenced in like multiple near-death accounts. It's also echoed in the Chicken Soup for the Soul. Okay, so a man kept dreaming of a random street address, a random street address, same numbers, same house, over and over again, until one day he decides, fine, Spirit, I'm going. So he knocks on the door, and a woman answers, pale as a ghost. And she says, I prayed this morning that if someone didn't come help me, I wasn't going to make it. Okay, I can't remember the whole gist of this. I can't remember, but she was looking for someone to come to her home. She was feeling as though she did have a medical condition, but she was feeling lost. So him showing up saved her life in terms of giving her what she needed to move forward. There's so much more to that story. Look it up in Chicken Soup for the Soul, because again, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. That was Spirit. Boo, please. That was Spirit coming through and saying, okay, this lady needs help. It's not her time. We have to step in somewhere. And so we're going to send this random man. And this happens. It happens way more frequently than gets talked about. So then we go to story number 3, which is the photograph that shouldn't be. This is a widely reported spiritualism case. And I just picked the ones that I've used in other stories or podcasts or whatnot. So this one was a family took a photo in their new home. Nothing special, except when the photo was developed, so we know how far back this goes, baby, there was a clear image of a man standing behind them. Now, I don't know about you, but I've seen so many photos like that. Some are fake, some are not. I have a photo. I'm going to pull it out one day. I have a photo with in the woods at a retreat with literally what looked like a spirit man standing behind me. For sure, I felt the energy. I knew that that was an actual spirit, but it photographed, which is super cool because they don't always. So here's this clear image of a man standing behind them. When they showed the landlord, he said, that's the original owner. He died in this house, and he always said he'd watched over the next family. So, coincidence? No. Cute theory? No. But it is cute, kind of, right? The idea, when we moved into this house we're in now, our house is super old, like 1943 babies. And when my kids were little and I used to babysit Izzy, she used to come over all the time, be here all the time. They would play at the bottom of the stairs to the basement with this man. And this man turned out to be the person who built the house. And he had all this, when we moved in, there was this, we called it the torture chamber. Anyway, long story short, he would play with them, and he said his name was Charles. And one day this woman knocked on the door, and she was selling stuff for Mothers Against Drinking Drivers, you know, those little booklets that you can buy to help them raise money. And she was like, I used to live here. She says, oh, behind the wall there, you have a mirror with a little edge. We used to have a rotary phone there. I was like, oh, we totally do. And no, we don't have a rotary phone anymore. And then I looked at her and I said, was your dad's name Charles? And she was like, dumbfounded. And she was like, yes. And I was like, She goes, how do you know that? And I didn't get into it. I didn't say her dad's ghost was downstairs or spirit was downstairs playing with my kids. I just said, I can't remember. Someone must have told me. So here is my kind of thought process on this. What I need you to understand, spirit is not like us. Okay, they don't sit in the logic. They don't sit in the analytical. They work in patterns, nudges, alignments, repeats, synchronicities. And coincidence is the human label we slap on divine timing that we don't understand. You are constantly being guided by spirit, my beautiful friends, constantly. You think of it through the song that hits you at the exact moment you need the message, through the number sequences that stalks you like a cosmic bestie, 111, 222, 3456, right? Through the person you bump into at the exact moment your journey shifts, through the object that shows up out of nowhere with a meaning only you understand, right? Everything is about what it means to you. What does it mean to you? What kind of comfort does it bring you? What kind of message? Oh, sorry, guys. What kind of message does it bring to you? Okay. Coincidence isn't random. Coincidence is like a breadcrumb. And if you follow the breadcrumbs, babies, spirit will walk you straight into understanding, healing, and your next level. Don't miss out on the coincidences. Pay attention. Okay. That's good. Oh, my goodness, I've been talking already a lot. We are going to do a really quick meditation. Then I'm going to do the collective card pull for you. So let's take a moment. We're going to open to signs, baby. So let's just take a moment and take that deep breath in. I know you're comfy. I know your shoulders are relaxed. Your hands are open. Deep breath in. Let it go. Today, we're opening your intuitive channels, baby. The part of you that knows the difference between random noise and spiritual signals. So take another breath in and feel your heart soften. Okay? Good. Breathe in, breathe out. Now imagine a soft glow around you. This gentle, warm light that represents your connection to spirit, to your guides, to the loved ones who walk with you. And see that light expanding, radiating, reaching. Now, say in your mind, I am open to guidance. I am aware. I am ready to receive. Breathe in, anchor it, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Good. Now, imagine spirit placing something symbolic in your hand. Maybe a feather, a stone, a number, a shape, a color, whatever pops in is perfect. It's exactly what it's supposed to be. And let that symbol settle into your energy field. Let it become your sign. Take a breath in and release. Feeling that symbol, that sign, become a part of you. Make a note of it. Maybe after we're all done, take a moment, grab that journal, bring it out, and make the notes. What does this mean to you? Why now? Why right now? What does that look like? And after you're done doing that, give that blessing, that gratitude to your guides, your helpers, your loved ones, your ancestors on the other side. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the message, for the moment. And carry on with your days, baby. And when you're ready, simply come back to this space. We're going to do the collective card pull for everyone that's listening, watching this live, watching this from, I was going to say from beyond, later, watching this later. So here is the messages that are coming through. We're going to do what you need to leave behind this week. And that's the first card. And the first card we got was impartiality. Okay. So this card is basically saying, be decisive. You weren't last week, you weren't this week, but we want you to leave that behind now. Being able to be neutral in something is one thing, baby, but they want you to be able to make decisions moving forward. They want you to be able to feel yourself with confidence. Let that energy come to you. Know who you are. Sit in your power. It's something we talk about in spiritualism all day, every day, is being in our power. And that's what Spirit's saying to you right now. Let go of last week. You were really trying to toe the line with everyone, whether that's at work or with your family or your friends or whatnot. You were really trying to toe the line. And instead, what they want us to do is they want us to be more empowered. They want us to say, okay, you know what? This is what I really think. I don't want to be impartial to anything. I want to be able to speak my truth and be confident in my truth and stand in that power. Right? So that is the energy that's coming through from last week. Leave it behind. Impartiality, don't need it, not my cup of tea. So what then do we need to focus on? Like, what's happening right now in this moment? Where are we standing right now? Because remember, past, present, future. If you're in the past, you're not present. Therefore, you're not working on the future. So let's go to what's happening right now. What do you need to know in this moment? This moment, so that you can move into the next stage. Oh, this is interesting. So we got impartiality, and then we got the confusion card. Now, I don't know, babies, if this is about Mercury retrograde. And I always say I'm in retrograde no matter what. It doesn't matter. Anything to do with tech, anything to do with me speaking. I speak so fast and words get jumbled. I don't know if it's got anything to do with that. But this card, the confusion card about right now, is saying to you, you need to ground. So we as a collective, we as a people, this isn't just about one person. This is about the collective. So if you're taking it as just about you, absolutely. If you can feel this energy and you're like, damn, Spirit's on point here, then you take this. But as an overall collective, I would be most definitely doing the work for all. So when we talk about being present, when we talk about being in the moment, because that's exactly what grounding is being present. We are talking about clarity, focus, and understanding, babies. We are talking about being rooted so that we can continue to grow, right? That we can continue to receive what we need, the nutrients, the love. Think of your roots going down to Mother Earth. This is the typical spiritual stuff. We go down to Mother Earth, we meld with her core, we collect all those beautiful pieces that she has for us, and she nurtures us, right? She fills us with beautiful healing energy, with that nourishment that we require, but she also keeps us right here. So this tells me that if we can't make decisions last week, if we're like all over the place, and then this week we are still like confused as HE double hockey sticks, we're still all confused, it means we are not grounded. It means the collective as a whole is not grounded, which would also explain why there's so much weird energy popping out in the world. You're hearing weird people doing dumb things, not just weird things, friends, but like literally dumb, like, oh my goodness, did we lose all our marbles kind of energy? Okay. So they're saying to you, ground, go back, connect, so you're not so etheric, so you're not all up in here, because up in here is great if you're a medium, if you're doing mediumship, if you're doing intuitive work, if you're doing energy healing. If you were just living your everyday life, babies, you don't need to be up there. You need to be balanced. You need to be grounded so that you're here. Because remember, we are spirits having a human experience. So if we are all etheric, then we are going to be loopy. We are going to be all over the place. And I prefer to be etheric. That is my natural state of being. I have to work my butt off to be actually grounded. The amount of work I do to be grounded is ridiculous. And if you're following me and you hear any of the people I interview and stuff, they're going to be like, oh, Tara, are you grounded? And I'll be like, I don't know. But I do know, because I have to work really hard at it. So we as a collective have to work really hard at it. So let's pull the last card for this reading here. And it is forgiveness. Okay, I actually love this card. This is such a cute card. I just want to make sure that was a rhino and not a hippo. It's a rhino with a little baby boy in it, and it's saying forgive. Now, this card to me represents two things. One, it represents the throat chakra in the blue, right? So that is speaking our truth and coming from the heart, making sure we are removing all blockages and we are speaking only our truth, and we are coming from the heart with that. But the purple is also all about the crown chakra and connecting to spirit, getting the wisdom, the knowledge, the ability to speak our truth. Know what our truth is, and trust that the wisdom and the knowledge that we are getting is able to be, let's say, sent out. So if this is the future card, if this is what's supposed to be happening, next week for us, what this card is actually saying to you is be kind to yourself. Forget about what happened last week. Last week was last week. If you had to be Switzerland and neutral and all that jazz, then you be Switzerland and neutral and all that jazz. That was last week, though. Now we're grounded. We're working on being in our power. We are connected to Mother Earth, so we are stable. We are stable. We are sending stable energy to the outward, right? To the collective, to the universe even, if you will, because I feel like everyone needs it. And then we are really focusing on our forgiveness, right, of ourselves. So it's okay that we were this way. So going into next week, we are going to be more connected. We're going to be grounded. We're going to be able to speak our truths and to come from the heart. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, friends. And that is the collective message for everyone from the cards.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome, beautiful souls, to this week's episode of Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic, and I'm so grateful to be with you here today. So on this show, we revisit one of my most loved topics. It's a theme that many of you have shared with me that has opened your heart in powerful and unexpected ways. And it's all about our animals, not just pets, but soul companions, teachers, mirrors, and sometimes even healers in fur, feather, or scale. So many of us feel that our animals understand us deeply. But how often do we take the time to truly connect with them? Not just physically, but emotionally, energetically, soul to soul. Today's show is about being with them. Not training, not problem solving, just presence. Because when we meet them from our heart space, the bond deepens in ways that go beyond language. We'll talk about the difference between doing and being in animal communication, how energy affects our relationship with our animals, a short heart-centered meditation to connect with your animal, and ways to deepen your intuitive bond, whether they're with you physically or in spirit. But first, let's settle into a space of softness and presence, together with a short meditation. And today's meditation is heart to heart with your animal. Now, as I always say, please do not listen to this meditation while driving or operating machinery. And if you need your full concentration at this time, please listen with your eyes open and return to experience this meditation with the replay. So if you're able to, find a quiet and comfortable place, somewhere where you can hold your animal if they're with you, or simply hold them in your heart. So close your eyes if it is safe to do so. Take a deep, slow breath in through the nose and let it out with a sigh through your mouth. Feel your body begin to soften, your shoulders dropping, your face relaxing, your belly gently rising and falling with each breath. Now bring to mind your animal, the one who is with you or the one who has touched your life deeply. Picture them in front of you. Feel the warmth of their presence. Feel their breath. Feel their eyes on yours. And just feel the quiet wisdom that they carry. Now imagine a gentle cord of light connecting your heart to theirs. Not pulling, not pushing, simply being. Breathe with them. And with each inhale, feel the love you have for them flow along that cord of light. With each exhale, feel their love flow back into your heart. You don't need to say anything. Just feel. Be in this space for a few moments. Two souls resting in presence. If a word, image, or feeling arises, just trust it. That may be their way of speaking directly to you. Now bring a hand to your heart and silently thank them for all that they bring to your life. And take one more deep, slow breath. Oh, and as you exhale, wiggle your fingers and toes and gently return to the room, knowing that you are still connected with that beautiful animal that you were just with a moment ago. And now our oracle card of the week. This week's oracle message couldn't be more perfect. And it's from the deck that was made by my very good friend, Dagmar Klingenbach, Messages from Your Animals. And she is just an absolutely amazing animal communicator. Look her up online because she does classes, lessons, all sorts of things. She is wonderful. And the card for this week is connecting. And the message is being rather than doing will deepen the connection with your animal. And what a beautiful reminder. So often we focus on doing things with our animals, walking, feeding, training, correcting. But the soul-to-soul connection grows strongest in stillness, in just being together. Whether that's lying in the sun, watching the wind through the trees, or simply sitting in shared silence, these moments are where their love, trust, and message reach us. If you've been wondering how to better understand your animal, then this card invites you to do less and feel more. Now let's talk about how our energy affects our animals. Animals are master energy readers. They know what we're feeling before we say a word. They feel our stress, tension, fear, and they respond in kind. Sometimes they mirror us. Sometimes they carry our burdens, and sometimes they act out what we haven't fully acknowledged in ourselves. Have you ever had your dog bark more when you are anxious? Or your cat avoid you when you're holding something in? It's not disobedience, it's resonance. Your energy field speaks louder than your voice. And so by becoming more aware of your inner state and taking the time to center yourself, you naturally create a more peaceful, trusting, and intuitive relationship with your animals. Now, some real life reflections. One client once shared how her horse would refuse to be caught on days she was fine. She thought she was fine, but inside this person was really deeply upset. The horse was picking up on the hidden emotion, not the polite smile, not even the carrots she used to try and catch it. And once she started acknowledging her true feelings before approaching him, then their connection shifted entirely. And this is not about being perfect. It's about being honest and allowing your animal to meet you where you truly are. Now, Spirit Talk Journeys for Animal Connection, another thing so deep to my heart. And if this message is speaking to your heart and you want to go deeper, I invite you to explore a Spirit Talk journey. And we do this with your animals as well if you want to find out how they're feeling, if there's a question you want to ask them, or see if they have any questions for you. These gentle sessions, which go for about half an hour, are designed to tune into your animal's soul voice. You can understand the why behind behaviours or energy patterns, and reveal how your life and your animal's path are often intertwined in profound ways. We can connect with animals who are living, those in spirit, and even those you're yet to meet. It's not about reading them like a textbook. It's about listening soul to soul. And what we do is you and I get together. Your animal doesn't need to be with us. And then we just talk for 10, 15 minutes. I record what we say and I ask you to talk a lot more than what I would be saying, then I listen to that recording backwards and your soul messages come out as if you were speaking forwards. It is the most incredible and amazing modality to try out. So you'll find more details at thespiritpsychic.com. And don't forget, you can book a free 30-minute intro session. So I would love to just have a chat with you, show you how this all works. You will be amazed. I have some samples from previous clients who've been kind enough to share them with my other clients. And the words that you hear are just as if that person was speaking directly, not from the recording. It is amazing. So I encourage you to try it out. And also you can contact me at any time through my main website, which is holistic-health.au. And I do have other modalities specific for your animals who are living. Energy work, all sorts of things that will help them and complement their veterinary care, help them to be truly their best physically and mentally and emotionally. So let this week be your invitation to slow down and show up for your animals as well as yourself. Not with more effort, not with fixing or fussing, but with presence, with openness, with love. And sometimes the most profound message your animal wants to share is, I see you, I feel you, I'm with you. And sometimes that's all they want to hear from you in return. So if you didn't have a chance to actually go through today's meditation with your pet, I encourage you to find time in the next few days and just get that lovely, calm, quiet space at home. Find the perfect place to connect with your animal. If it's a small enough animal, have them inside with you and just connect, go through that meditation and see how that resonance just connects the two of you so beautifully. And of course, if you're outside with your bigger animals, just listen to it through your phone, through your mobile phone, and just share with all the animals in your life. It's so amazing. So thank you for being here with me today and for walking this path of energy, intuition, and transformation. I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic, and I wish you a blessed week. And I'll see you in 1 week's time with more wonderful information about the spirit world. So I'll speak with you then. Bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, Divine Guidance and Spiritual Mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, Divine Guidance and Spiritual Mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome everybody to the first Thursday of December. We've got the full moon. How exciting is that? Releasing the last of all our angst and our ancestry, trials, tribulations, everything that is not for us, of us, or around us, or being of us. Let it slide, let it go, give it to this full moon. It is the last of the super full moons. It's the furthest away. It's very exciting that we are clearing all of the ancestral traits that aren't in alignment with ourselves. I just love that, the ancestral healing as we allow everything to fall away. It just creates more balance with us and who we are as a person moving forward and getting ready to go into 2026 with more direction and passion and purpose. I was just sitting here just before I jumped on, and I thought I'd shuffle the cards, and two just flew out. And so the first was release all anger. So don't give power to negative thoughts by saying them, because as we know, once we say a negative word, it manifests, it makes it more real. We connect to it. It becomes a part of us. So speak from your higher self and make your communication peaceful and loving. And the snapdragon, it fell out, just literally straight out onto the ground. And I feel that is really relevant as a collective today, tomorrow, the next 36, 48 hours, with the full moon that is around us. We tend to find in the last few weeks, we're still coming up, bringing up old habits, thoughts, patterns. Just let them go. You'll find over the next week still there will be a little bit still to come up. And as it rises, just know that it's meant to rise, whether it be a thought or a pattern or what happened to me when I was younger, what's going on within our family dynamics, our workplace. Just let it go, because the next card that fell out was New Beginnings, the Banksia, and take this opportunity to rise from the ashes stronger and more determined. And I'm sure quite a few of you have what's felt like or has been a dark night of the soul at some stage this year. And things come to us just to show us what we need to let go, or it might be what lesson, okay, we've learnt it. Let's now just move on. So as we move forward into 2026, sit, hand on heart, and just feel in and really ask, is there any more that we need to let go? And just wait. And things may arise, they may not. There might be a feeling of contentment, this niggling urge to dig a deep feather. Trust your gut, trust your heart, lead with your heart. I have a caller coming through. Erin, how are you, Erin? Erin Prescott, Wisconsin.
Hello. I'm good.
Hello. Lovely to hear your beautiful voice. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like some general guidance today, or do you have a particular question, Erin?
Okay. A soulmate or a partner in my future?
or a business, or both?
Just feeling into your energy here. You know you have free will and you can have both. I'm actually feeling a little bit tight-chested here around having a partner. But I do feel if you can just release a little bit more fear around having this partner, that he will come into you easily. I'm actually getting quite a bit of fear around having a partner. So once you can look
I've
at
been single 20 plus years.
and what is it that's holding you back? What is the fear that I'm getting here? Because if you can really hone down into what it is that is holding you back, because the universe will put out this, your energy will feel it, and there'll be a block
I don't
around
think
there.
that's fear so much as bad luck so far, 2 marriages.
So do you feel
But
it might be
I'm
around
hopeful.
fear of another one not working, maybe? I'm not sure. This is just what
Yeah.
Spirit's getting. You can
I was very
feel
gullible, put it that
differently.
way.
Sorry?
The lessons I've learned has taught me my value of myself, I guess.
Good. And so when you do get a new partner, you will know and value yourself. So it's not about falling into a pattern that's destructive or a pattern that you don't like to repeat. So when I look here, I'm still going on and having a look around. I feel the business side of you will come first, which is going to lift and empower you even more. You are a very creative soul. And I feel when you really stand in your power and coming forward into next year, and even now, like I know you're ready, but things look like to me they're actually going to skyrocket. And I feel, yes, you'll have a business, but there'll be more to this business. The business will be you. So you will be the business. And when I look at that, the person that comes in around you, I feel will be in some way or sense connected to that business, because there's a lot where I'm looking with both of you, there's a lot of common interest, and I feel it could start off with what could be a really good friendship, where then you're letting your guard down, which in turn will bring both of your energies up. So I feel confident that there is a man around you. He looks to me to be maybe a tad older than you, but that's okay, because he's quite sprightly. I feel he's got this spring in his step. So he's a doer, he's a go-getter, and I feel he actually has 2 businesses. Be very interesting to see if you could come back to me and put something in the comments next year as to show me. I do feel there's something around. He is a strong business person. Are you from a family of business people?
Am
Because
I?
I get a lot
No.
of business. Yeah, I just get a lot of business people around you, which will be good for you. So keep an eye out, because that could very well then be him.
Great. Thank you so much for your time and energy.
No, that's okay. When I look here, this business, could you actually do it from your home?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm just looking and I feel it can be a home-based business, and that doesn't mean that you're not going to put your heart and soul in it. It just means that it's actually organic enough that you can do it from home, that you feel safe and connected to that, and to be able to have it on premise as your home. Just remember your boundaries around your time with this business, that you still have playtime. I feel that you've done so much work around yourself and you do understand the value of play. But with these boundaries we're looking at, there needs to be, even if you can do yourself a graph and put your time where you would like it. So as sphere, because you need quite a bit of downtime. The more downtime that you can blend into your business, the more fruitful your business will be. So the more that you're standing in your power, having that downtime. Yeah. And it is great from what I'm looking at. You have such a gentle nature, a really loving, wholesome soul. I will say sometimes pull back and don't give too much of yourself to others. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Yeah. And when you are working for yourself, remember these boundaries, because you're going to have a very successful business. I do see that there will be travel with yourself and with your partner. And I keep getting the word third wheel. So you must have a travel buddy or a good friend that you travel with, because I feel there's someone else coming along, because there will sometimes be a third wheel, but I feel that they'll be a good fit to your travels. Is there someone that you travel with quite often?
My sister and my daughter.
Oh, there's the three of you. So the three wheels, because I can see the third wheel. So there's the three of you. So he might be coming along into the third wheel, because I got the third wheel very strongly. So yeah, if you're traveling with your sister and your daughter, and then that's probably a validation that the man will be traveling with you. I'm just sending lots and lots of love to you, and praying that all this comes to fruition for you. Remember always to put it out there. Feel yourself. Really feel yourself in that relationship, even though you haven't had it yet. But know, if you can feel and put yourself into that relationship, the power of positivity, the power of manifestation will make him come even quicker to you. I'm just wishing you so much happiness. And your mother, something about your mother and Christmas. I just need to acknowledge your mum around here. And as I say that, she keeps saying, keep the spirit alive. So keep the spirits alive. Is there a brother around you as well as your sister, or a very strong male energy to do with your mum?
Both of my mom and dad and brother are in heaven.
So it's your brother. I know you didn't ask for mediumship, sorry, but your mum. I've got your mum, and I feel that strong around your brother. So know that they are here around you for Christmas and around this festive season. And we know too that your dad would be with you, but your mum and your brother are acknowledging themselves here for you. So that's a beautiful little present for you. And as you know, being a medium, a lot of that's where I get my information from. Sending so much love. And I'd just like to say to everybody, as we say thank you to Errol, that this is a time where so many different emotions come up, especially when we hit December and the Christmas trees come up. Do know that our loved ones are with us. They're always around us. Just call on them, feel their presence, and know that they're always there and they love you so, so very much. Just sending so much love to next week. You take care. Love to all, and bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I am Jenna Lee. I'm so excited to be here. Happy Wednesday. This week has been so great. There's so many blessings happening. If you haven't noticed, Saturn is out of retrograde now. So the structure and the stability and the motivation and the career and the money and all the things should come up. So hopefully you're feeling the shift the same way I am. It has been a great week. So many blessings. And this week, I really wanted to share with you a really great experience that I just had. Now, if you've been watching me for some time, or if you're brand new to this, you should know that I have been doing a lot of attraction and manifesting for at least 17 years now. And I frequently talk about other ways to manifest or to receive your desired outcomes. And just recently, I was kind of following a lady or just watching her, and she was talking about the and whenever she wants to do a big manifestation into her life, she fasts. And, back in other cultures, back in the day, they would sacrifice people and animals and, things like that. And we don't do that nowadays. So anyway, she fasts because you want the food so badly. You just want to eat whatever you can. And humans, we're so mindless when it comes to eating. If we're hungry, we go and snack. We walk by something, we snack. And we just kind of put whatever in our mouth that's like right there. So when you are fasting, you are suffering because you want that food. And that suffering becomes the sacrifice, right? In place of whatever they used to do back in the day. And I really dislike fasting. I really do. So what I did when I was growing up is we were kind of forced to have to fast, no water, no food, like the first Sunday of every month. And I decided to do this fast for the purpose of having some direction in my life, not really knowing exactly what I was wanting, but I decided to fast. And Saturday, I fasted for 24 hours. Now, I was at work and everybody around me is eating my second favorite food, burritos. And I just really wanted that. Believe me, I counted down the hours to make that 24 hours. And I ended up feeling great. I still had great energy in my body. I was more clear in the mind. And then Sunday came and I did participate in eating on Sunday. But Sunday, something significant happened. It was like my channel to the source was completely clear. And it was like I got that idea of what I was really looking for in life. And at that current time, I was like, oh my gosh, why didn't I think about that? So Monday, I decided to fast again. And I challenged myself to get a little bit further than I did the last time. So I'm fasting and I went 30 hours without anything solid. And it seems like it gets a little easier and a little harder sometimes. However, the cool thing that happened is that the moment I decided to eat that second, break fast, which was 6, 7, 8 p.m. at night, I had sweet peppers with some cream cheese and some everything bagel seasoning. I had some fruit and yogurt, like in a parfait. And just putting that delicious food in my mouth made me so grateful. Like, oh my gosh, thank you for the food. Thank you for the earth that provides the food. Thank you for the source, for God, for universe, for allowing to grow the food. Thank you. And I was just such in a state of gratefulness. And the gratefulness continued on and on and on for at least an hour. And it just put me in such a high vibration. And I was so excited to be able to continue to focus on the gratefulness. Now, one thing with the law of attraction is you have to be grateful for what you have. The more that you're grateful, the more the universe can send you things to be grateful for. And that is one of the first rules. So if you have anything big you want to bring into your life, if you need to be in a state of gratefulness and switch that lack or that negativity or that scarcity, you want to flip it, I would encourage you to fast. Now, with the exception that you're pretty healthy, right? So I'm going to pause right there. I do have a caller, I believe it's Ada from Texas.
Ada. Ada.
Oh, Ada. Okay.
I'm
So
here.
they were trying to spell it out for me, and I couldn't read as fast as I was talking. Ada, how are
I don't know
you?
your name though. I've been feeling kind of very depressed and traumatized because I lost my best friend November 21st of this year. So, and I don't know how to take it. Like, I know he's gone, but I miss him, and he died in front of me too. So I'm traumatized, and I just want to know, like, if he's happy where he went, in the afterlife. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just worried about him. Sorry.
Ada, do me a favor, please, and tell me your full birthday so I can tune into your energy, please.
My birthday is October 3rd, 1988.
Okay, and then do you happen to know his birthday?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You were breaking up. What
I'm
was
sorry. Could you do you know his birthday as well?
Oh, yes. It's September 11, 1978. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, Ada, I have to ask you, do you have a lot of anxiety right now? Because my stomach and my chest feel really tight when I'm talking to you. I'm nervous. Were you nervous to call in? Okay. Take a deep breath for me,
No, not
okay?
nervous to call in, but anxiety because of what happened, because I didn't expect that to happen. I really didn't.
So to me right now, it just looks like his energy right now is what I would call in the healing center. A lot of people are unaware that when we cross over, from my perspective, there's a healing center in between for people that have a lot of trauma. And he really did go through a lot of things in life. He really did struggle with a lot of heavy things in life as well. And I can see that he did like to laugh and have fun and make jokes, but he carried a lot of,
he did.
a lot of heaviness. And so it wasn't just the fact that he passed in a traumatic way for him. But at the same time, it's kind of like a contradicting thing because it's been so heavy for him for so long that like he's also okay with that, if that makes sense. And he really is healing right now from all the heavy emotions. He is fine where he's at. He stayed around, it looks like, for like, so yes, but it does look like he stayed around for approximately, I would say, 3 to 5 days. And then he finally kind of was like, okay, everybody's going to be okay. Did he kind of make fun of you for being so sensitive for emotions?
He makes fun of me?
Well, like tease you because you were so emotional in this lifetime.
Well, because I'm not technically emotional, I'm more of a logical, so it is kind of weird for me to be emotional. Yeah. But how do I feel? I mean, in that moment, I can't, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So just to answer your question, he's fine. Like he's doing good. He's healing. He's telling me that he tries to come to you. Yeah. He's telling me that he tries to visit you. Usually it's in your dreams, but your dreams are so weird right now. It's almost like they're mixed up and kind of nightmarish. Yeah. But he does try to come through during that time. Yeah. So he is, I don't know if this is how he communicated with you or not, but he's kind of almost like giving you a nudge on the shoulder, almost like a little punch on the shoulder, like, hey, like, buck up. We're okay. We're okay. So
Yeah.
When
It's
it
just
comes
we
to
all
your
miss him.
healing, I
Mhm.
know. But right now he's in a good place and he's healing from all that heaviness, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
I know. I
but
understand.
what I would want to really recommend to you, or just see where you're at in the process, is how are you trying to heal from all of this?
I don't know. I'm just trying to focus on other things, but I don't know. I guess maybe because I'm in this place where he died, and I try hard not to like think about it, but it's just all so just happened, and it's kind of hard, you know. But I
I
try to
know.
listen to my music, you know, or focus on I guess things I like, but I don't know. It's just sometimes when I sleep, I see the image in my head, like you said,
Yeah.
nightmarish things, you know.
Yes.
I don't really know. I never been through anything like this before, so I'm sorry if I'm kind of messed up right now.
No, you're okay. I would just like to give you some tips on how to start the process of
hmm
healing if you're open for it.
Yeah, I am. I'm
Okay.
open to anything
So
right now.
good, I'm glad. Whenever we go through a trauma and it becomes PTSD, it becomes stuck
hmm
in the part of the brain where your brain is telling you it's happening right now. It can't process it. It takes 2 to 5
hmm
days to process every regular day. But when we have trauma,
hmm
it just stay in the brain that we think it's happening right now. That's why you can see it so clearly and hear it and smell it and all the things.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
if you have you ever heard of EFT tapping?
No, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. What is that?
That's okay. If you ever watch the channel of Moonstruck TV on YouTube, I talk about EFT tapping
Oh,
in one of
okay.
my previous
Uh-huh.
shows, but that will help you.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Mhm.
Another thing that's going to help you is like an EMDR. So there's just different ways to get it out and unstuck from that part of the brain so you can push it back and process it.
Mhm.
Other
Yeah.
thing that I've
Yeah.
been doing for 11 years is hypnosis. And I went to school for 2 years to release PTSD from people. So there's a type of hypnosis, there's a
Uh-huh.
meditation. Those are the things that I would really
Mhm.
recommend first. But try your
Yeah.
best, Alan, to not just push it down and redirect your brain. Because when you do that, you're just keeping that PTSD there because we're pushing it down and not
Yeah.
dealing with it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
what I'm going to tell you is I know you're struggling with PTSD. I know you're struggling with trauma, but please keep in
Mhm.
mind that he is okay and you are going to be okay. You're going to make it out of this. You're going to be happy and still laughing and stuff in the very near future. And then it does look like you have some type of ability where you can feel him. Yours seems like it's going to come
Yeah.
across as
I
thoughts in
I
your brain.
I do feel him. I have that kind of spiritual sense. I guess I don't know what it's called, but like I know when spirits are around, you know. I've always had that ability. Yeah, I feel
Yeah,
him
so when
around
you
many
feel
times.
it, well,
Mhm.
are you communicating to him when that happens? Are you
Yes,
voicing
yes,
to him?
yeah. I try to, not to sound weird, but I try to speak to him like when he was alive. I speak to him in a spiritual way too, like communication,
Yes.
spirit communication. Yeah, I feel
Well, it seems
better,
like
but
you're
when I
doing
speak to
everything you're
him like
supposed
that,
to.
yeah, it's just I think the issue is I'm lonely now because he was my best friend to hang out around here, and now I don't have anyone. It's kind of like,
Right.
yeah, but
Um,
yeah.
so just keep in mind that when somebody exits out of our life, the universe will
Mhm.
always bring somebody into, for lack of better
I hope
words, to
so.
replace them.
I don't know. I believe
Well,
that, but my mind is like confused now. I don't really know. I mean, at the moment, I hope so.
but that will pass. I mean, you're going to have roller coaster moments of ups and downs because it's grief. And there's
Yeah,
7 stages
yeah.
of grief. So
Mhm.
you're going to go through all of them, maybe several times. But in the end, if you can do some of the things that I told you as far as releasing it and really hitting it on head first, you're gonna be better, and you will still start seeing blessings and miracles happen. So just keep watching for the good, okay?
Okay, I appreciate your help. Yeah, it helped a lot. I needed that guidance. I really did.
Good. I'm glad. Well, I would love to hear from you in the future. And if you go back on Moonstruck TV on YouTube, you can find some of
I
those
forgot your
techniques,
name.
okay?
So sorry, you said your name, but I forgot. What is your name again?
It's Jenna Lee. Jenna Lee.
Jenna Lee. Okay, I'll have to check your channel out on YouTube because I'm on YouTube a lot. So yeah. Okay, Moonstruck TV. Okay, I'll have to give it a like and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, please do, because these guys work really hard for us and they're amazing. So, but Ada, you take care, and I'd love to hear from you in the future, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a nice night. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. Bye. Okay, I have Christina from Greenfield, California.
Yes. Hi. How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
We're doing all right. Today's getting a little better.
Okay, what can I help you with?
Well, I guess there's only two things that I can think of. I don't know if it's family, finances, or romance, but I've got a little bit of new romance coming in. And I've been facing a bunch of financial insecurity, trying to get two properties functional. And so I guess just anything on that. And I, like I say, have a new gentleman I've brought into my life just recently. It's moving slow, but
that's okay. As long as it's not too slow.
But that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, maybe too slow.
So when
I'm
you
not sure.
say,
We just have to kind of wait it out.
when you're saying that you're trying to get two properties up and going, are you talking about like rental properties or something?
Well, actually, there's my inherited house, my childhood home. My mom left for me and my daughter in her will, and I went through a very long probate and finally got it in my name, or close anyway. It's in my name, and so that one's in one state, and then my daughter and I live in another state. So I'm low income mom and just trying to slowly kind of build up both. Like I have a rental here in California. And then there's a property, my childhood home in Texas. So I'm going back between the child and the house and the job and everything, or the employment, self-employment.
Okay. Okay. So what's your question about the properties first?
Well, I don't think it's so much the property. I think it's the financial insecurity that keeps me not being able to build, you know? So I've been trying to kind of fix that financial block that I've got going on.
Okay, so how long has that block been going on? Has it been? You go for it. Go.
I think I think it started kind of in, but a relationship I had was ending, and my mom passed away, so that really kind of like knocks down the finances, and then a bad probate. So I'd say at least like 4 years, 5 years, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while. Okay. So what is it that you actually do for business right now?
I do massage therapy, and I work with clients with injuries. I just actually redid all my ads, and more people are coming in now. So I feel better about that. I really feel like the angels want me to do that. And every time I try to change direction, they're like, go back, go back.
Yeah, because you're a healer. That's why. Can you tell me what your full birthday is really quickly?
Oh, 5/10, 1979.
Yeah. Okay. Because I have a new idea coming in for you as far as business goes. And I don't know if you've ever thought about this before, but I feel very strongly that you should be leaning towards going into like realty of some kind, either selling realty or doing property management, because you're really good with people. It looks like you're a connector. It looks like you help other people find things, you like to make other people happy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That would be interesting.
So
That would be nothing. I've never done anything like that before, but that would be fun.
yeah. So I'm not telling you by any means to give up the massage therapy because there's definitely a need for that. But what I've seen in my career is that anybody who's doing the healing work and the body work and stuff, most people have been struggling in that profession for the last 4 years. And the finances have gone down and it's just been a balancing act. But when I'm asking them about your financial situation, you're not meant to like have to give it up, but they're definitely redirecting you to do something more with your talent of being able to communicate and help people find things, and that's more like find their happiness and their stability. And they just keep showing me houses, so either some sort of realty or like property management. I will lean towards realty if you could. And I think that also kind of goes hand in hand with these two properties. You're learning how to have multiple properties and what to do with them. And I think that's happening to you for a reason to guide you into that. So please do me and yourself a favor and check into that to see how you feel, what it would take, and just do a little bit of research and plant some seeds, because I really highly see you doing that like in the next year.
Okay, awesome. I will. I'll look. I actually have a lot of friends in that department in this area, so I will look into that.
Yeah, and you could ask them the ins and outs and how they got started. I mean, if you already have friends, you're on the right track, because a lot of people just jump in and don't know what they're jumping into. So, and that when I tell you that, do you get kind of excited? Does that light you up?
I'm not sure. Not really, and I'm not sure exactly. I mean, it would be fun. I'm not to say that I'm disabled. I'm just a little. It's hard for me to get into new things, and especially in the last 4 or 5 years. So I feel like I would need a lot of assistance. But if the guides are saying that, then they, hopefully there will be some assistance, or direction. I'm kind of.
Yes. Like things would just start lining up and you'd see some synchronicities. But when I'm doing your numerology as far as your life path number, you're number 5, and 5s crave freedom more than anything else. So still being able to like make your own schedule and come and go as you please. So it's just,
I'm real bad about that. That's part of the problem.
Oh, about which part are you bad at?
Oh, just about the freedom. I really don't like to be tied down to a schedule, and it doesn't necessarily help, but it's also just part of me. Yeah, definite part.
I know. I'm going to tell you something else, because your life path number is a 5, and 5s are perceived as number 1, the most beautiful, the most charismatic. They love freedom. They don't like to be tied down. They just love their freedom. So 5s also should be traveling a lot. And that's probably you going back and forth too, which is kind of funny. So, just do yourself a favor. If it doesn't end up being in the end, that's okay. But there could be something more to this, and you could be getting like bigger chunks of money that help you to be stabilized in different ways than you ever thought possible. So try that.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I'll take that suggestion and take a look at it. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. What other question did you have?
Oh, do you want to look at the romance that's going on?
Yeah. Do you know his birthday by chance or no?
Actually, I believe it's around April 14th, 1993. It's a little younger than me. Maybe a little bit. Might be wrong. He's a Taurus like me, but right on the beginning cusp.
Right. So that would be closer, I think, to the 18th. I'm not sure. I'll do the numbers you gave me, but if it's wrong, it could throw everything off, just so you know. Okay. But mine's younger than me too, born in the same year. So good job for you. 1993. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. So the reason he's probably slow at this is because he overthinks everything. Overthinks everything. Probably a little bit timid and oh my gosh. And so this guy has a lot of like stuff going on in his brain all the time. He really has a great imagination when he's using it for the right things. But man, he can go down the rabbit hole when it comes to that. So I think that he's just really, really cautious. But because of that, it also looks like he likes to have a lot of fun as well. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. The thing to be cautious about is he's hypersensitive, which means he'll take things really personal. His feelings might get hurt more than he'll ever let you know. Hypersensitives don't like to be yelled at or talked to in a negative way. So you have to say everything with a smile. He's got 2 1s on the chart, which means that he doesn't like to be told what to do. So you'll have to plant those seeds for him. And it looks like he's often fought insecurities in his life. So let's yeah, he's a 4. So 4s just really need foundation. They need structure. And so in the beginning, they have a harder time finding that for themselves. Now, the good thing about it is that he can be so fun. And if you're looking for fun right now and you're looking to laugh and like raise your life up, that is great. Just be mindful of the other things as well. And I think that it's good for right now. I really do. Just make sure you set your boundaries and you're going to be fine. It'll be good. It'll be good for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I would love to hear from you in the future, but I have to get offline with you now because my show is just ending. So if you do end up becoming a realtor, please tell me. I want to know how that goes.
Absolutely. I will contact you back. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great night, Christina. Yeah, you're welcome.
Right, bye.
Bye. Yay, 2 great calls. I love that. Hey, I just want to let everybody know that things are really shifting. We have a few weeks left of Mercury retrograde, but things are coming up. So if you've been struggling, just things are definitely coming up. If you listened or watched the first part of this, we're on Moonstruck TV on YouTube. You can follow me on Facebook under Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. But please be mindful. If you need something big to come in and some change, think about the fasting thing that I talked about earlier, because it's really done wonders for me to jump into my fullness. Please be mindful over the next few weeks of everybody's feelings and yourself, and know your boundaries. Just have a great week. And I really hope to hear from you guys next week. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll be in Jamaica next week. Anyways, you guys have a great week. I will talk to you soon. I'll be back Wednesday at 8:30, 10:30 Eastern. Have a good night. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight in the near the end of November. We're getting there. It's getting cold here in the New York area, but I suppose that happens every year. You know, every year I tell myself I'm never going to spend another winter in New York. I've been doing that since, I would say, maybe 1967. And guess where I always spend my winters? Right here in New York, which is a wonderful town. It's filled with opportunities, which is why I don't understand all these people complaining about the lack of opportunities. Because let me tell you something. There's one thing about this town is there's that song that says, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Well, that's wrong. If you can't make it here, you can't make it anywhere, because this town is littered with people just begging to invest their money in any good idea that comes along. And it doesn't even have to be a good idea. I mean, look, I sold a bunch of screenplays here. I didn't have to go to LA. I have friends in LA, or let me rephrase that. I used to have friends in LA. Nothing like success to make your friends run away. But they were in the thick of TV. They were Emmy winners and all that, and they couldn't even option a screenplay. So they were a little bit peeved that I sold a bunch of screenplays. And believe me, the money is good, but the work is. It's rigorous. Let me put it that way, because it's 90% of what I did during my screenwriting days was sending memos to the producers saying, as per our recent phone call, this is what I understood you to say. Because you see, and this is important, and this goes into what we're going to do tonight, or every night here, because essentially every job I've ever had, everything I've ever done is career-wise, has been involving communication. And since we all learned how to speak when we were like 2 years old, we think we're masters of it. And yet, very few people can even tell you what the parts of a conversation are. Beyond that, very few people can tell when they're having a conversation as opposed to having an argument. Now, there are certain things you can look for that'll tell you that you're not having a conversation, you're having an argument, such as if somebody you're talking to responds to what you say with the word but, that's an argument. Now, you know that it irritates you, because what they're really saying is, I ignore everything you just said. So, that's an argument. There are specific parts to a conversation. And this is why I used to have memos, because I knew that the people before me who had worked with these producers couldn't communicate with them. So the producers would tell them what they wanted written. They don't tell you how to write it. They don't tell you about the artistic flourishes and all of that, but they tell you what they want, And that's what I would do. I would say, here's what I heard you say. In a conversation, there's what I say and there's what you heard. There's what you think I said and there's what I think you heard. This goes on and on. I mean, if there's a fascinating thing that you can find, if it's still around, I don't even know if they still do it. Lord knows, looking at the state of the world, I don't think they do, but you can find these things, books about this on eBay and places like that. But there was this thing called the Xerox listening course. And that's fascinating, because that will teach you how to listen, because most people don't listen. But they think they're listening. They don't understand what you said. Now, this is the long way around my getting at the idea that there is so much opportunity here in New York City, because for now anyway, we have a lot of people with a lot of money who want to do things that are prestigious. Here's something you probably don't know. Who is one of the top investors in Broadway shows? Historically speaking, what group of people puts the most money here in New York into Broadway shows? And I'll tell you right now who it is. Dentists. Because they don't get much in the way of respect. And by investing in a show, they could make a lot of money. I mean, I knew a plastic surgeon who invested in Equus. And let me tell you, if he wanted to, he could have quit plastic surgery. However, he was a very interesting physician. He used a lot of his skills to help burn victims free of charge. And he did that by pretty much overcharging on nose jobs. And why not? But the dentists want to go to that opening night party. Now, years ago, if you look at the old recordings on YouTube of the Broadway Awards, the Antoinette Berry Award, bastardized as the Tony Awards, but if you look at that, you'll see that the producer would come up and get an award, or the playwright will get an award. Now, if you look at the recent ones, you'll have about 20, 30 people on that stage because they're paying to get on the stage as producers, even though they used to just be known as investors or more dismissively angels. But this kind of money is floating around all over New York. If you have an idea, you can go to a venture capitalist and they'll give you all the money you want to get your business going on the condition that you give them 90% of the business. Well, let me tell you something. You don't need to do that in this town. There are strict rules about financing things, but no, I mean, I've been to backers auditions. I've been to backers auditions where people get an opportunity to buy a piece of a show, and they'll do it. They'll write a check right there for 20, 30, 40,000 bucks. Now, I don't know. And now that was back in the 90s. Now, somebody wants to hand me $30,000 in the 90s, and I assure you I was paid much more than that. It's it's you could live, you could live. So if you can't make it in this town, you're not going anywhere in life, because this town is ripe for the picking in that sense. And I don't mean that in terms of conning people. That's the whole ridiculousness of people like Bernie Madoff and all who conned people. You don't need to con people in this town to make money, and I mean loads of it. Now, I don't do that anymore because I pretty much have all the money I care to have. I mean, I'm not in the list of the richest people in New York. That's for sure. But my wife and I did very well. My wife started a business that we both ran for 20 years, and she did it without investing a nickel. You see, that's what kind of town we have here. She got enough people to invest. It was a newspaper, and she got enough people to invest, i.e. buy advertising, before it came out. They bought advertising. They bought a year's worth of advertising in a newspaper before it even was published. Now, that's because they knew that she was plugged in and she knew people, and they believed that she could do it. But, I've also, some of you might remember the fun days. I did a year of shows on Ask One Radio, remotely live from a restaurant here in the Theater District neighborhood. And that was fun. I miss doing that, and I might want to do that again. But I drew up a business plan and I brought it to the restaurant. And I said, here's the business plan. Here's what we're going to do. And he said, I don't need to see that. Just tell me where to sign and give you the check. So, this is what is at stake right now, because right now we have people who want to destroy that class of people. These are people who provide seed money for things. These are the people who invest in projects. And generally they'll invest just so they can go to the party. That's about it, and believe me, if you've ever been to a red carpet celebrity party, dull as ditch water, dull, just dull. I've told this story many times. My wife and I, we are in the sphere of influence of New York, we were nobody, and we've worked our way down from that. And we went to an exclusive party at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And just before we got in past the photographers, I said to her, cover your face, just hide your face, act like you don't want to be photographed. And of course, we both did that, and we could not get the photographers away from us all night. And in fact, I was the magazine that had been given the rights to cover it named me the best dressed person at the party. And they didn't have a clue who I was. I would tell them, well, I run a newspaper in Hell's Kitchen. And they thought I was joking. They thought that was just a silly thing to say. But you see, that's the way this town is. This is why you can make a dream, so to speak, come true. But you don't chase your dreams. No, I knew a comedian who's very, 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 very successful now, and she was very good from the beginning, which doesn't happen very often. But it turned out she deliberately set out to become a comedian because she had been a dancer. And she used to do interviews once she became celebrity type. And how does it feel to see your dreams come true? And she said, I never dreamed of being a comedian. I wanted to have a good, lucrative career. And I was a dancer. And I looked around and I saw there were more old comedians than there were old dancers. So she decided to become a comedian. Now, you want to twist my arm sometime, I'll tell you who it was. But she has the loudest whistle I ever heard for getting a cab in New York. She was just a fascinating person. And she's still out there. She's still performing. She had a residency in Vegas. And she wasn't following her dreams. She was looking for a lucrative career. Now, there you see, now, if you get people in here who say, well, those people who finance and grow businesses because that's what they like to do, and you call them parasites and you want to kick them out of New York or tax them into oblivion, that's going to kill it, I mean, I go far enough back. I knew a group of dancers who all bemoaned the fact that they couldn't get jobs in any of the dance companies in New York. And this was in the late 70s, very long time ago. So what did they do? They started their own dance company. Bingo. They're still in existence in 2025. So you see, the art of conversation is important because you want to talk somebody into seeing why it's in their interest to give you money. I'm not talking about conning them. The offer of 10% profit, no matter what the market did, that Bernie Madoff promised people, it was the reason he went to prison. Of those of you who remember Ben Stein, he was notorious for warning people not to invest in that guy because he's full of it. You cannot guarantee people a 10% return on their money year in and year out. It's impossible unless you run a Ponzi scheme. Now, I happen to think that Ponzi is one of the heroes of American capitalism because he was crazy. And what he did wasn't exactly illegal at the time, but it sure is now. Look up, if you don't really, you've heard the expression, but if you don't know what it really was, take a look at it. Look up Ponzi scheme. It's just screwy. But again, let me tell you something. I have known many people who came here to New York specifically to become rich and famous, and in a matter of months, they left here crying and whining with their tail between their legs because it's a brutal town like that. But I've known others who did it. I've known more people who did it. The weirdest group I've known was the people who did it and then, killed themselves because they were doing it all for the wrong reasons. I was doing it because it was a job I figured I could handle. They wanted to be rich and famous. And I used to tell people, you can do that. You can be rich and famous. The thing is, then the only difference is you're going to have a lot of money and everyone's going to know who you are. But you're still going to be you, because wherever you go, as they say, let's see, wherever you go, there you are. You're always going to bring you with it. So if I wanted to, that's why I'm concerned about the little trend now in saying, the vague expressions like the rich should pay their fair share. In this town, the rich pay about 80% of all the taxes. And I'll give you, here's a mind-blowing thing. If you make more than $35,000 a year, you are in the 1% of income earners in the world. You don't see many people in the world making that kind of money. You just don't. And 35,000 isn't considered much anymore. You know that. But that puts you in the 1% worldwide. So learn the art of conversation, which is in a way, in a manner of speaking, the art of success. You go to mojoacademy.org. Get over to mojoacademy.org and look at my page called The Secret of Success. And you'll see various things there. Very forgotten lectures on record albums that'll show you how to do these things. It'll teach you how to succeed. I mean, I've known people who picked the wrong thing. I knew people who they wanted to become comedians, and they got furious when the audience didn't laugh at what they were saying. And they would say, "It's funny. It's funny. Why aren't you laughing?" Now, here's the kicker, It may be funny. It just may be funny, but not for you. You have to, this is the art of doing comedy, which a lot of people don't get, which is you have to find what you say that makes people laugh. What I say that made people laugh on the occasions when they did is not the same that's going to work for somebody else, because we're all different. And it is so hard to learn how to do that and peel away who you are until you're left with the illusion that you're just conversing with people from a stage. And you can talk to hundreds and hundreds of people. Dave Chappelle does that. He looks like he's just having a chat with about 3,000 people. It's a simulacrum, but he figured out how to do that for him. Now, if you try to copy what he does, it isn't necessarily going to work for you, because we're all different. So that's what I wanted to get at is this idea that we're gonna stick it to the people who have all the money. Well, those people have a habit of spreading that money around because they want a return on investment. And they'll be happy with 7, 8, 9%. 9% is damn good, but they're going to want something, and you have to deliver. You have to do what you say you're going to do. This is the only reason I spent several years as a working screenwriter, because I did play doctoring work too, but I'm not allowed to talk about that. I won't get into any details. But the thing is that you got to know what is required of you and be able to do it. And that's it. No big deal. No strain. It's just another job if you handle it that way. Now, if your ego is tied into it and you must be rich and famous, you're doomed. So go over to mojoacademy.org and look at that page about the secret of success. There's some videos there and to get, and there's some audio to get. And I'm hoping that my disk burning stuff still works after all the wonderful upgrades I've done. Oh, that reminds me. What works. And then we'll get to the calls. People have been waiting for the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets to come back in stock. It's one of my most popular items, and it's also my most expensive item, oddly enough. But people love it. It's a 1930s set of little books that I blew up into a bigger size, and I restored them. And if you buy them, I'll give you this button, But take a look at that. You can see it in 10lostbooksoftheprophets.com. But I don't have any to sell right now because the post office lost a shipment of 200 books. Yeah. So thanks, guys. But the printing plant has very graciously offered and started the process of replacing those free of charge. So I'll have that there soon. I'll have that at the website soon at my eBay store. But I know that was a little bit of a leap, but I just remembered that I know people are waiting for those books because those books will show you certain esoteric / religious. You can't operate that without the other. Methods to focus and be successful in a way that only you can be successful. Look, I have the hiccups. I hate that's so infantilizing, getting the hiccups. I don't like it at all. It mortifies me. But I promise not to drop dead during the show. You'll get your hours worth here. So listen, that's just an upgrade. Yeah, I don't think that people understand the dynamic. I mean, younger people who have never had a job and are like 30 and 40, I don't think they understand the dynamic of investing in yourself and making something happen. I'm living proof that it can be done. I was not a great student. All I wanted out of school was to learn how to read and write. And I said, I'll take it from there, folks. But they don't like to hear 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds say that. So, I got into a bit of trouble. Nevertheless, it's very important to examine the things that we take for granted, such as conversation and speech. Because as I said, we all learned how to talk at about 2 years old. So we think we're experts at it, but we're not. You've got to learn to do it. I studied how to speak. I studied general semantics. I took the Xerox listening course way back when I had a job as a telephone communicator. So you see, these things are important. And I'm urging you to do that. Well, if I could get a copy of that, I would definitely put that for sale in my Secrets of Success thing. But take a look at those. It's at mojoacademy.org, and it's about secrets of success. And they're not really secrets, but you think they are because of how few people use them. So anyway, look, I've been talking long enough, which is usually a sign that I thought I was going to miss the show because I've been rather sick for the last week or so, and I missed a few shows, and I get full of ideas and things. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about that I left out, such as these buttons. These are the buttons. I wear one here about the show. See, it's about Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. And if you want some of those, I'll send them to you, no charge. I won't even charge you postage. Just get over to mojoacademy.org or magic-works.com and go to the Contact Elliott page, and I'll send you a few. No charge at all. See, I told you, there's people all over New York just with things dripping off of them that they want to give to you, so there you go. So now let's ring a bell 3 times so that we can declare sacred space. And I think that my extended gibbering tonight was worth it because I was talking about something very interesting. At least I hope you found it that way. So here we go. And now we will pull back the curtain on the magical window for Loretta in Ohio. Hi, Loretta. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm good, thank you.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. But I certainly want to thank you for having stuck around while I just shot my mouth off for 24 minutes. So I appreciate it.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you so much.
I enjoyed it.
Well, what can I look at for you tonight?
I am looking to see what is going on with my daughter and my granddaughter and my two grandsons.
Okay. So you just want to take a look at family matters in that sense and see what the overall vibe is? Oh, boy. Are you people having a lot of strife?
Are you asking or are you telling me?
I'm asking because I've got the Ace of Swords, and swords can mean obviously strife, you know what I mean? But it also refers to mental activity, because a lot of these things, the strife is usually people making things up in their heads, you know, and going for it. Okay, so that's the background of what's going on here. The Empress is here. That's you. You're a person who makes things grow and happen. Am I right?
I believe so.
Okay, well, that only a person who really is good at making things grow and happen would answer that way, because you're not taking it for granted. You're just you're not. You're damn right. I make things. No, I'm the guy who makes things happen. That kind of thing. We never believe that person, do we? But
right.
So you've confirmed it. Let's put it that way. So you may be able to bring some sense out of all of this. This is costing you emotionally and maybe even financially for all, but you don't have to go into all the details. But this is the Hanged Man. And that is a card about a person who is sacrificing for the greater good. Now, the thing about this card is when you turn it upside down, the character is dancing. So there's goodness there. But you're in a position of sacrificing now. Now, that's followed up by the Seven of Rods, which is a person who can sweep away obstacles. You have great ability to cut through the garbage. And there's the Nine of Swords, which this is bringing you sadness. It's just very sorrowful. The situation is going to change, and that's the Wheel of Fortune. And I'll tell you how it's going to change. The Magician is a great card. It's a person who has spiritual power and can bring power from above and use it down here in the earthly realm, followed by the Justice card. There's been an injustice at the root of a lot of this, and you're going to see that justice happens. And the World is here. That's a card of assured success. So you may not want to do all the work that needs to be done, but if you do choose to do it, you can heal these people. You can help bring them out and bring them around. But you're dealing with a really nasty situation, rife with sadness, filled with injustices, and strife and struggle. But you're good at cutting through the garbage. That's going to be your strength if you choose to deal with it. There's nothing here that says you have to, okay? But obviously you want to, or you wouldn't be calling and asking me, correct?
Yep, you are correct. I kind of I'm in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, well, here's another card. Again, that shows me more about you again. It's the Strength card. The Strength card is a person who has what it takes to do the job. The Three of Cups means that you may be bringing these people together. You may be able to do that. The King of Swords is here. Now, we started out with the Ace of Swords. The King of Swords means you're going to have to be harsh. You're going to have to be firm. You're going to have to... you may even be perceived as the bad guy in all of this. But and I will know that you're not, because... sometimes you gotta knock heads together in a metaphorical way, because I have seen so much fighting and so much strife among people who just want that. It's as if life is too easy, so they make troubles. And I think that's a lot of what you're dealing with. Here's the Knight of Swords again. You see, this is rife with swords, which is about conflict and war. But here's a good one. This is a person who's been through conflict and war and is prepared for the job. So it's your job if you want it. Okay, there's nothing here that says you have to do this. But you know, personally, I have a very low threshold for family drama. I decided so many years ago that being related to me doesn't give you the right to treat me like garbage. And I went on a firing spree. I sent termination notices to a bunch of people I'm related to, and that was that. And I haven't allowed them back into my sphere again. Now, you know, that might not be the best way to handle it for you, but it worked for me, if you know what I mean. So I'm not advising you to fire everybody, but at some point you don't want to unite them in their hatred of you, right? So,
Right.
and I've found that the person who comes in to help generally gets beaten into the ground, you know, but you may not,
Right.
you know, but you look, here's judgment. This is about people getting reborn and changing and getting what they deserve. So who knows? You may be a very positive influence on this whole group of people, but protect yourself is going to be my conclusion to you, because as much as you want to help other people, you can't help other people until you take care of yourself. So don't put yourself at grave risk. You know, just be easy on yourself too. Be kind to yourself, because there's a whole group of people around who are willing to hurt you. You know, am I right? They don't care, do
Yeah,
they?
you're right.
Yeah.
No,
So
no, they don't care at all. But my concern is my granddaughter.
yeah,
being abused.
the children. Yes, exactly. The small child. And here is a card, the Page of Cups, which has a small child. You see, these cards are really with you. The Page of Cups is the beginning of emotional happiness and healing and growth. So you may be able to deal with that child and not all the other people. It's just possible, because there's healing and health and growth there. And there's the Knight of Swords again, as if to emphasize, as if the knight doing battle with a raised sword, So there's potential for success here. There really is. But don't.
Well, my hopes were that my daughter would come to her senses and try to, us build our relationship again. But she's wanting to fight me on everything. And so therefore, like I said, I'm worried about you. My granddaughter.
Yes, and here, look, this is the Three of Swords, which is a heart pierced by three swords, and the heart is crying. So this is not a frivolous situation. This is a very deep and painful situation. And the question is, how much are you willing to take in terms of pain to help work it out? And how willing are they to listen? I mean, maybe you all need to sit down with a therapist, a family therapist or something, because I'm certainly not a counselor in that regard. I can't even legally call myself a counselor. But you see, now I was hoping so much that this card would show up. This is the Sun. That's healing and health and growth and happiness. And again, there's a little child here. And that's backed up by the Ace of Cups, which is the onset of happiness and emotional well-being. So I'm getting signals here that it's doable, that it's possible, but that's going to be done by dint of your own personality and who you are. This is not something you're going to read in a book.
I've been fighting for it for 3.5 years.
Yeah, well, that's
trying to make it happen. 3.5 years. So.
Well, at some point, you're going to have to decide how much longer you want to do this, and maybe just see if the granddaughter at some point just grows out of it and decides to say hello to you. You know, let's face it. You know, and I know that they've been poisoning her mind, right, against you.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that goes without saying almost, but these, you know, this is like the Two of Swords. That's another the sword. You're getting so many sword cards because that's the nature of this situation. That's things reaching a standstill, and when that happens, you might be able to break through. But I'm still seeing the success card here of the world. So it all depends upon how strong you are and how strong you want to be and how strong you need to be and what you wish to do. Because there's a good chance that you can work this through, but be very alert to the signs that show that they're not listening. Okay?
Oh, I'm aware. I am very aware of that.
Because I don't want you to be here's the King of Swords again. See, every time I cut the cards, I go back to the main sword cards here. Here's the Seven of Swords. Now, that had to show up because that's about somebody sneaking around and causing trouble. Sound familiar, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was one of my questions too. Is it if there's any involvement in drugs or any kind of illegal activity?
Well, let's see. I don't know that I can specifically see that, but I do see there's that one person who's causing trouble. There's that one person there's always somebody around us who thrives on trouble. I mean, I was at a meeting one time of an organization where there was big trouble in the organization, and it was coming from two people. And we were able to figure out immediately at a meeting who the two people were when somebody pointed out, it's you and it's you. And they were horrified. They wanted, how'd you know? I said, because of all the people here dealing with this and discussing it, you two are the only ones who are smiling. See, they will reveal themselves. This kind of person these people will reveal themselves. Let's see if I can get any indication of drug activities and illegal activities. Well, naturally, I got another sword card here, the Page of Swords, the Knight of Swords. I'm not getting anything that indicates that. It's got the Nine of Swords, it's the Ten of Swords. Well, that's good. The Ten of Swords indicates that this may be over soon. The King of Swords. I mean, oh man, it's like this whole deck is made of swords tonight. But I am seeing that there is a person who's responsible for instigating trouble. But I can't see the nature of it. Okay, I'll see what I can do after the show, and maybe if I find something there, if you send me an email, I will, or contact me through my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I'll be happy to fill you in on anything I see. But at the moment, I'm just seeing that there is one specific person who is causing a lot of trouble. And generally, that person is doing it for the sake of causing trouble. Here's the card again that let me see that the child is involved and it may work out well. And the Nine of Coins is here. I want you to consider the Nine of Coins. Go online and look at the Nine of Coins from various decks and see what you think of it. Because it means a person who will be fine away from people. You may need a peopleectomy for a while, don't you think? Because 3.5 years is a long time for this, but I admire your stick-to-itiveness, and I also see that you have the power to deal with this. The question, as I said, is do you want to? And that's only you can answer that. So please, by all means, stay in touch with me, and we can take a look as things develop. I'll be happy to, now this is not a sales pitch because I'm not going to charge you if you want to see some more cards and you want to contact me. I'm not considering that a deal, I'll be a resource for you. How's that?
Well, that sounds great. And what did you say here? How to contact you?
Go to mojoacademy.org or magic-works.org, magick-works.org. Each has a contact page, or you can, at askoneradio.com, you can look me up there and you'll see how to contact me. You just look up Reverend Elliot's Magical Window and it's contact. It's very easy to get to me, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to light a white candle to send positive energy your way, and let's see where it goes. Okay?
I appreciate you.
Well, you're a very strong spiritual person, and if you can't handle this, nobody can. That's the way I look at it. So thanks for trusting me and contacting me with this, because I want to help you see through it. Okay?
Well, I do appreciate that. That's for sure.
So thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And if it's possible at all, have a nice Thanksgiving. How's that?
Thank you. You as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And, boy, we're really dealing with aspects of peoplehood today, that's for sure. And I love that. It's all so strange, because I've seen so many people in my life who just like to hurt people. They enjoy it. And I don't mean consensually. I'm not talking about the masochist and the sadist, It's an old joke, but, the masochist goes up to the sadist and says, "Beat me." And he looks at the masochist and says, "No." Now, that's vicious, Anyway, Kayla in Pittsburgh is next. Hi, Kayla. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Great. What can I look at for you?
I was wondering what areas of my life need healing?
Oh, okay. Well, I just got like the happiest card in the tarot deck, which is the 10 of Cups. So it looks like you're okay, The 4 of Cups is here. That is a card of a person who is trying to figure out things to do and doesn't notice that there's another 3 cups is what they're considering. There's a hand coming out of a cloud, and that is holding a cup, and that is offering something new that may be very good for you in terms of emotions and growth and healing. The Hierophant is here. That's a card of religious authority, although I'm hesitant to draw that out any further. There's just, to me, that says you may want to work on some spiritual stuff, but that's between you and your beliefs. There's certainly nothing that I can tell you to do. But I'm seeing that you're in a very good position now emotionally, and this just may be the time for you to get a little more spiritual in life. If does that feel like the way it is for you, or do you have a firm spiritual grounding?
About right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's about all I see here. Everything else is fine. I've got the Judgment card, which is, that's a decent, happy thing. I've got the Fool, which is, again, if there was anything negative in the reading, having that card appear would get rid of it. So it's a very positive reading. If there's something, essentially, then what it's saying is, if you want something to concentrate on, concentrate a bit more on the spiritual side of life. How's that? Okay, should be, judging by what I see about who you are from these cards, that's going to be easy to do. Okay, so give it a shot. Okay.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's see, where are we? We're rounding near the end here. Elizabeth in Milton, Vermont is next. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you tonight? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm fine.
I see the
I'm
name
fine,
Milton,
thank you.
Vermont, and I think of the old TV movie with Martin Landau as a war veteran who's looking for his hometown called Charles, Vermont, and he can't find it anywhere.
Yes.
You know the movie, right?
That's yes.
So yeah, that may have been what inspired them, right? A name like Milton, Vermont. So what can I look at for you?
Um, I don't know. I have a dog that's very ill, and I have a husband with Alzheimer's, and I'm just feeling not sure what to do with myself these days because I feel like I'm going to be losing both of them. And
Well, yeah.
I'm not well myself, but
These
I'm not as
things
bad as
pile
they
up,
are.
don't they? When they come, you know, the old joke that they all come in threes, right? Well, let me tell you, there's a few
Yeah.
things here.
Well, I have my grandson lives with us, and so does my ex-son-in-law.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's,
So
you know, find your happiness where you can, right?
that's right.
Let me just tell you what you got here, because you're entering a period of upheaval in life, but
what in life?
upheaval, things changing. You know, things are coming to an end, but you see, the Temperance card is here. Now that means balance restored. So you'll get through this, and everything will be balanced again. The Ten of Swords is here. That's a card that says life got pretty bad, but life did its worst, and you're still here, and you're going to succeed. And the Ace of Cups is here, which is a card about new levels of happiness and emotion coming. So I'm not big on change in life. I really am not. I just am not. I mean, I just got a new printer after like 12 years and a new computer after about 15 years. And everything has to be updated now, and it's driving me nuts. So now, I'm not comparing my technological goofiness with the tragedies in your life that are on the horizon, but you know, I don't do well with change, but we need it sometimes. And what I've been seeing is you're going to come through this fine. It's not that it won't hurt, but you'll deal with it, and you'll be fine.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I don't see problems here. Let's see if I can find anything else, anything deeper. No, it's all good. You know, it's all fine here.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that very much.
There just comes a time when life decides to start smacking us around, and we deal with it, you know. And it's not fun to deal with it. It's not pleasant, and I'd rather not. And unfortunately, I've reached the stage in my life where I can't consume alcohol anymore, so I have to deal with it. You know?
I wish I didn't have to consume food.
Yeah. Oh gosh,
That's
I know.
my personal battle.
I know that feeling. Tell me, when I was 50, I took off well over 110, 20 pounds. And that was a long time ago. But that was, you know, these things creep up on us, don't they? So let me see if I can leave you with something. Excellent. Beautiful. Well, let me tell you here. This is good. This is a good message here. This is the card, the Eight of Cups, that tells me that's a person who's moving away from things that are not working for her and going towards things that are working. Now, you already did some of that, as you mentioned. And the next is the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home, and the Six of Rods, which is assured success, and the Eight of Rods, which means that the success and happiness is coming very soon. So you're at the always darkest before the dawn part, you know, which means you're living a cliche, but it's going to be all right. Okay?
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm going to light a candle for you also to send positive energy your way, because these are very, very, very difficult things to get through, and I don't like them myself. This is why we're all born crying. We don't. We were so happy and snug and comfortable, and then pow, we're in this room and it's cold. And we start crying.
Yep.
So,
I agree with it.
and it never ends. It's always about change.
Right.
So, but I don't like it, but I deal with it. So thanks a lot for calling,
Right.
and I wish you all the best.
And thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
Thank
Bye
you for
now.
your kind words. Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We got a couple of minutes left, so I'll remind you that you can see what I do at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Check out there at mojoacademy.org. That's more of books and videos and audios. And over there you can see the secrets to success that I have spoken about. And it is there's some really heavy duty advice there about personal growth. Unfortunately, that's how complicated life is, but I've also got there's a disc there called Psycholaxation, which was believe it or not, was the first guided meditation towards easing anxiety at a time, and it came out at a time when people started taking Milltown. I mean, people back then were concerned about tranquilizers. They probably had no concept of how many people are going to be living on mind-altering drugs now because of anxiety and things like that. So, we're not meant to do that. We're not meant to be stressed out, but there's times when there's nothing we can do about it. So maybe check out that recording of Psycholaxation, and there's plenty of guided meditations out there that are really worth the serenity that you get out of them. There's a lot of garbage out there too, but I'm hoping I can help guide you through that. So anyway, we've got to run now, and I'll be back again next week with another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye. I'll see you next week.
Us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed.